Welcome, welcome. Hello, everybody, and welcome to my wonderful co host and our amazing guest for this week, who was here last week and was that was actually wonderful. So, everybody, welcome. It's great to see you all, and we're doing a part two. I'm sure I linked part one. I'm pretty sure it was late last night. I had a busy day yesterday. I was all over the place. So if I did forget, I'll just double
No,
check it.
it's
But
in here.
how are you? How are you, Ember? First off, how are you?
Oh, I'm busy. There's been a
Yeah.
lot going on. Working all the time, and the stupid car broke down again. It's fixed again, but
Oh,
it just zoom,
Sorry
zoom,
to
zoom,
hear
zoom, zoom.
that. Yeah, car issues are stressful.
mm,
Hmm.
I choose cars on reliability, like really. It's just I don't care what I drive. I'm not a very pretentious person. I but drive, a little get around car, but it has to be reliable. I
Mhm.
can't deal with that kind of thing. So yeah, I can feel you. I feel your pain. I do. That's horrible.
It's a
Absolutely
new,
horrible. It is
it's a
an
bad
oof. Yep.
winter for vehicles. Like, you know, Purple has finally just gotten to the point where she can pick up the van. Stephanie's car went through issues. A few other people, and of course, my car was broken for a month back in October. It just we should go back to horses.
Um.
I don't know. Those sound like more upkeep. Like I
Yeah, I don't
haven't.
know. I think next time I'm like in the street and stepping some horse crap, I'll probably seriously, strenuously disagree with that thing. They're not very, can you imagine if everyone is riding a horse to work? Can you imagine?
No, like what I would love is walkable neighborhoods and telecommuting,
Mm. The 15-minute
preferably.
city that for some reason people
Yes.
think is a conspiracy to control us all, and then really it's a conspiracy to make everything more organized and not base our cities on cars and rather on, people instead, which seems like a fantastic idea to me, but
Eh,
what do I
you
know?
know, government shill. You don't even live
Apparently.
in a real continent, Mark.
I know. It's completely fake, I must admit. How are you? How are you, Maya?
I could complain, but why?
Um, because people can empathize with your struggles, with your, and the thing is that I think being genuine, I think you do have to say if you're sort of, you might not be having the best time, and I can empathize with that. I think there's a tendency for people to go, oh, I'm not going to tell people that I'm not having a good time because then they will feel bad. and
Mm.
and that isn't what happens, right? We hear someone's going through something, we feel for them. It doesn't really affect you that much, but you do get
Mhm.
that feeling of solidarity with someone else. So I completely
Yeah,
encourage
I
people
mean,
to do
I should. I mean, I do like to count my blessings, and I don't do that enough. It's always just,
that. That's true.
I mean, for me, I'm always looking at my next move, and
Mhm.
so it's just like I'm not where I want to be, but I'm never where I want to be because that's just how I focus myself. But I had a really good stream with my brother, which freaking terrified me. I
Oh,
don't tell
why?
my family about anything I do for reasons. And when my brother called and he was like, I want to be on your podcast. I'm like, how do you even know about the podcast? And he came on and I really thought he was gonna rage quit because I had him on with two atheists and it's like, oh my God, she's of the devil. And that was an insanely productive stream. And I don't know. That was really great. My one of my
Mhm.
younger cousins that I haven't seen in 15 years was
Wow.
uh, in DC. So he works for the VA, and there are three bills that the Congress is looking at to for veterans' rights. So he was in DC to help push for the promotion of that. He got an award for like the best VA veteran ever. I don't know for fighting for veterans' rights. He got a plaque or whatever.
Yep.
But I get to spend time with my family, and I don't have a lot of family here. Actually, none that I like um, in my estate. So it was just nice to have, yeah, go outside and touch grass.
Mhm.
So,
Is your brother still a believer kind of thing? Is that why you were having the
oh, very much
conversation?
so. Yes.
Okay, got you. So,
But he's the kind of believer that I used to be. And I came
mm,
to the atheist community shocked and abhorred. Like, you thought, what? Why? Well, a preacher said, but the Bible doesn't mention that. Like, did you not read your
right.
own book? And nobody does, apparently, except atheists. So,
Mhm.
Mm,
like the quad omni God, it just never reached me. I was, more or less raised by nuns. Half my teachers were, at least, and it's where I spent half of my waking hours was in a school, being taught by nuns, and we just didn't believe in a benevolent God. It was just like, I mean, because okay, God had to
and this
be
was Catholic?
smitey, Catholic, yeah. God was smitey,
Yeah.
right? So you need to
Mm.
behave because God will smite your little ass for me, because He loves it.
I feel
Um,
like that Catholic guilt is still
oh yeah,
something that
Catholic
rears
guilt,
back.
yeah, it's a thing.
Mm.
It's a whole thing. So like a loving God, and I'm like, yeah, it's like an authoritarian parent's love. But like to say God is good and why is there cancer? It's like because God created cancer. Duh. Why are we arguing about this?
Mhm.
It just I was in my own little bubble. I didn't know.
Yeah, and it sounds like that's an abusive parent's love
Thank you,
to be.
Crystal.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yes. Still less abusive than most of the people I know who are spanked. So I mean, not
Mm.
maybe not the biblical version, but a God who puts nuns into your life to beat you with rulers if you step out of line or even think about it. Um, yeah, I know that was all kosher.
Okay. Well, I mean, I hope some catharsis came through that. It sounds like you can.
No, it was
Yeah.
good. It was good because I do want to have my brother on more often and I want to talk about
Mhm.
other stuff. But I was really kind of concerned about the community, like coming off as a hypocrite. So if I bring on my brother who's a believer and we never address that, and I'm over here running all around the internet telling people like, I mean, I'm kind of harsh, like you
So,
don't get to be a hypocrite and have me
so
watch you do that without me calling you out on it. So I should at least return the favor.
okay. So hypocrisy, right? We're all hypocrite at least one point in our life. Like it'll always
Hmm.
happen,
Hmm.
right? That's number one. Number two, just because you're a hypocrite about something doesn't mean you're wrong, right? So if I say, hey, because I smoked, cigarettes in my youth, kind of thing, and all the way up to 30 something. Now, if I say, do not smoke, it's really bad for you, I am a complete and utter hypocrite.
Hmm.
It's also really
Hmm.
good advice, right?
Right,
Or
right.
if Ember says don't vape or whatever, it may not be bad advice. It might be the best advice, and it's hypocritical. An alcoholic may say do not drink, to excess. It's really bad for you. They're not wrong, and they're a hypocrite. So one thing, and this is, and what's the fallacy, Ember? You know it. Do you have your
Oh,
graphic
for
for
hypo
hypocrisy?
yeah, hypocrisy.
Oh, you have a hypocrisy gif?
Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
no,
it's a
there's
fallacy.
a yeah, it's a the name escapes me at the moment.
Latin name.
When once you say it, I'll know.
Tu quoque.
That's it. Yes, we have the graphic
Yes,
for that.
you have the graphic for that. Tu quoque. Tu quoque, it means and you also. So the fallacy is if somebody says, hey, you're doing this thing, it's really bad, and they say, oh, you're doing the same thing, it doesn't make the thing you're doing not bad. You're still doing a bad thing. It's kind of
Mhm.
that. It's a fallacy to say, hey, that doesn't apply because you're doing it as well. And that is in essence the
Hmm.
idea of hypocrisy. So any
Yeah, I
if
mean,
you
I'm really
use,
not doing anything because
yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I don't feel like I'm doing anything per se. I'm not an anti-theist. I don't feel like people should have to justify their beliefs, but a lot of anti-theists follow me.
Hmm.
So just to avoid the whole conversation, I'm like, here, he was here. We asked him the questions. Now I want to move on because
Yeah, okay.
he proved my point. He's the kind of Christian I used to be, where it's like everybody's like, well, and Amber, I saw all your comments. Um, is there really such a thing as a good Christian? And I'm like, I don't care what you think. I just need you to stop trying to kill everyone. And there are Christians out there. I feel like we're being lied to, and people are using religion as the justification. But people can have their religion and still like not try to kill people. And that's the kind of world I want to live in, where I don't just go be stupid, think thoughts, just vote in line with facts and reason.
That would be a good start. Yes. Yeah. No, I'm
I would
under
like
no
that
illusions
world.
that everyone is ever going to completely agree with me. Like we don't have to agree about everything to be friends. As long as we can generally agree not to murder each other, we can work out the rest.
Yeah, that would be
That's
nice
a
for
good
me.
start. I would probably go a step further and not cause harm to each other, or at least not intentionally cause harm to
Preferably,
each
but
other.
if you could
I
not
think that
kill,
would be-
we need to just
It's a
start with
good
the no
start.
kill. I
Yeah,
mean, because right now
it's
they're like
definitely a
rolling
good
back
start.
abortions, which kill. They're trying to eradicate trans ideations, which kill.
Yeah, and there's certain
A
segments
number
of the
of other things.
population
I was just like,
that want to
yeah,
eradicate autistic people as well. There's a help group called Autism Speaks that basically want to cure autism, and it's sort of, I don't feel like I need to be cured. Thank you.
you
I'm
don't.
okay.
You
Yeah. So
you just
there's a
think
few of these
differently,
groups
and
around.
it takes all kind to make the world go round. Yeah, and again, I'm not. If we can just get to not kill, and then once we're at that point, I'm happy to move forward. But I'm just trying to get to the not kill. That would work for me.
Yeah, sure. All right. Well, I'm going to throw up the thing, but I'm
steps.
glad you had a good talk with your brother. That's I probably should talk more with my brother, but
I said
it's sort of I get you.
They're
Actually,
over there.
I don't know. I like this view. And this is 34:20. So we got about 4 seconds that we've seen before.
I'm in the center of the screen. I'm loving this.
Yeah, the guest gets center stage, don't you know? Ember, like, when do you want me to play this clip? Do you want me to play this clip now? We can start off with this. Is it funny? Is it?
Okay. So, as everybody knows, I've been digging more and more into the Lisa Littman and what science the transphobes have been throwing out and whatnot. And as I'm wandering around, I'm finding all kinds of stuff like Bailey, who promoted Blanchard's theory about autogynephilia, which has been long been debunked, but a bunch of people keep going on and on about it, and so on and so forth. And whoops. I'm hitting.
Look, I'm just enjoying the random images, quite frankly. I'm wondering what's next. That's amazing.
For real. Imagine my surprise when I came across Sarah Hayter from this very debate on one of those shows. And she had a lot to say, but I managed to find a 27-second clip that pretty clearly expresses her opinions on things. So that's what I brought for the show today.
And she's on the positive side on this in this debate, so she's the sexual revolution actually worked. Okay, well, I'll start off with that because it sounds like it might be a bit depressing, so I don't want to end on something depressing, so I'll switch over to your screen if you do want to play it.
All right, here we go.
Before we continue, do I have to go with this pronoun business? Because I don't want to. But like, will it get us kicked off of YouTube? And
I will be you. You can be the bad cop, and I'll be. But
I don't want to get kicked off of a platform. To be honest, like I don't want to. I don't want to say. I don't want like
I'm not
some podcast app to tell us you can't be on this app
because of the podcast app. I use people's pronouns
only do it for that reason.
Out of respect for them. I think it's
why.
Wow. Yeah. Why respect people? Why? Like,
really?
I feel like she's had a bad day and just couldn't be screwed. Actually, what? Why use people's names? I mean, who cares? Who cares what their name is?
Just call everybody fuckface.
Exactly. Who cares? Why do we have to respect people?
I really don't understand that. I mean, and I've been just as a DEI trainer and talking a lot to the Black community about why they can't use the N-word in the workplace, which you would think would just be like a no-brainer, but kids, huh?
Right.
And usually what I say is, and I don't usually say the whole word bitch, but I'm like, go home and call your mama a bitch, and then tell me that words are just words and that I am unnecessarily giving it meaning. You have to respect people. They have names, they have preferences. Or even like I tell people on Twitter where they were mad that they had to put she, her, he, him in their signature. And I would say to them, what's the difference between Mr. and Miss? If I'm Miss Maya Atkinson, or if you're Mr. such and such and such and such, like I know that all the people moaning and bitching put that on their Christmas cards. What's the difference? And normally I have never once gotten an answer to that. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
But I mean, this is just, you're just trying to like be ornery at this point.
And I guess I've come from a sort of background of customer service and IT support. So I've been working with customers kind of thing. And you learn about building rapport with people, like how to actually get them. Because a lot of the time when somebody's upset, they kind of don't see you as a person. They see you as maybe a something to impede you. And the same is true the other way around. There's IT personnel that don't see the person on the other end as a person that's having a real problem that might be absolutely screwing up their life. They just see them as an irritation kind of thing. So names help in and sort of our acknowledgement of these labels that we have taken on about ourselves helps in building that rapport. It's an acknowledgement that you see that person, that you're aware that they are a person, they are a unique individual. I am very cognizant of the power of names, which is why, as I said, I've been mispronouncing Maya's name constantly, and I've been so upset about it that I've been too embarrassed to ask. It's been terrible, but we got over that, and we're cool now. So sorry. But
I was never upset, by the way. I knew he was talking about
I'm really building like drama where there's none, which is usually isn't my style, but I'm going for it.
I just figured it was your accent.
Yeah. What was I saying? Yeah, no, names have this it's a way to build rapport with people. If you say sir and stuff, it still won't build as much rapport as saying somebody's name. If you're like, sir, could you please do this? It's like, look, Greg, could you do this? It will actually bring you closer to the person because you actually are acknowledging the label that they have chosen for themselves. It's very, very powerful.
It is. No, even as an employer, when I just walk up to like the security guards or the front desk people, I'm like, okay, I'm sorry, what's your name? Susie?
Yeah.
Okay, I have to ask you this more than one time, but I am committed to remembering this. They eat it up. Like, oh my gosh, she's gonna forget my name a couple more times, but then she's gonna remember it. And it, like, I mean something. I don't think people understand how far that goes. I always tell people about this one time when this cashier at Sears was having such a difficult time with something my ex-husband was trying to bring back. And he was like, I don't know I haven't done this before. I need to go get my manager. And so when the transaction was done, I was like, how long have you been here? And he was like, it's only been 2 weeks. And I'm like, you know what? Congratulations on your new job. And thank you for your dedication and seeing us through this. And just, you could see the weight come off his shoulder. I really cognizant of what I put back into the world, and just, I don't know. I really love being able to give people a good day. And it really irks me when other people are just unnecessarily putting people down.
You are like halting a little bit, Maya. You're sort of stuttering a little bit. You're sort of having some gaps in what you're saying. We'll see how it goes, but just let to know you are sort of. I think you might be having a little bit of connection.
I'll close some stuff out.
Maybe that'll help. You know, close down that porn. You know, you can go back to it later, Maya.
Damn it, Mark.
I know. I mean,
ask so much.
We have some experts at pronouncing Titan's name.
Okay.
In your anus. Titan Uranus.
Maybe it's my side. That seemed to think maybe it's my side.
That one lagged for me too.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
I know,
Thank you.
Carrie Ann.
Made of
Not-
rats in tubes or something.
Yeah.
Gosh darn it.
Okay.
All right.
Well, that's disappointing, and it's kind of that's incredibly dismissive, quite frankly. I really dislike that attitude. If that was my employer or employee, I would be sort of like, you have a bad attitude towards people. But I'm not a boss, and if she, she will probably go, why are all these people not responding very well to me? And it's like, are you completely oblivious to the fact that if you don't respect people, they won't respect you? Do you, what why do you expect people to respect you if you don't respect them? I don't understand that.
Right?
It's almost like and we talked about toxic masculinity in the last one. There's a lot of that idea of, well, I want to treat people like crap. Basically, I want to talk to them like crap and lord over them, but they have to respect me. No, they don't. No. Reciprocity is a thing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, I'll start the video running. I don't know. I don't like the look on her face. She looks like she's up to something sinister, but never mind. Let's keep going. This is the negative side, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
I forget her name offhand.
But let me see. It's Anna Katchian. Louise Perry is the main one, but she's Anna Katchian. I'm probably mispronouncing that. And the other side, the affirmative, is Grimes and Sarah Hayder.
Mm-hmm. To recap very briefly, on the side saying that the sexual revolution has failed is Louise, who is a red pill incel affirming conservative who wrote a book about it, and Hannah, who we're not sure if she's doing satire or what her deal is, but she has sort of a tongue-in-cheek thing going on with being on the failed side, and then the sexual revolution has succeeded side is an out-of-touch mega billionaire who, my kids tell me, is actually a pretty decent rapper, and an anti-woman feminist. Wonderful.
Okay.
Any thoughts from the last one, from part one? And it is in the description, by the way. So if you want part one, over on M's channel, go and see her part one. And don't forget to like and subscribe while you're there, because she does amazing stuff on there.
Yes, please do. It's so I've been having a little bit of a crisis with subscribers in the past few months. Every time I release a video, my subscriber count actually goes down.
What?
That's weird. That's very weird.
We're filtering
are they
out
biggest?
the asshats.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a little disturbing. It's a little depressing, actually.
Yeah.
But I understand that the first entire year I was on YouTube, I was attracting all of the skeptical community, including the Pine Creek side of people. Now that I'm a little bit different, the people who are only in it to like troll the Christians or whatever, it's a whole thing. But yeah,
if people don't accept you for who you are,
I suppose.
If people don't accept you for who you are, then you probably don't want them on your channel anyway.
It's true.
And
that's absolutely
and I hate
right.
that you're going through this because
yeah, it's a little upsetting because you work hard on your channel and you see the channels around you growing and receiving the respect they deserve, and yours is actually shrinking, and you're like, why though?
It's hard.
I know why, but it's still upsetting.
That sucks. You worked really hard. Like I've always said, you work harder than I do. Definitely. I
definitely.
Yeah, I try to do my best, but I think that you're more organized and you have better content, quite frankly. So that is frustrating. Absolutely.
I could be better.
It's a subjective
but
thing,
I mean,
I appreciate the sentiment.
When in April of last year, March, April last year, we got into a little bit of a kerfuffle, and with some bigots. And I think I've said this more than once that I told all the Nazi apologists to get off my lawn, and they did. I lost like 10 or 11 subs, which is so much when you're only at like 180.
Right.
And
that's like 5% of your subs. Yeah, that's huge. Yeah,
that's huge for any 5%. Yeah, it would be huge for anyone. And I stagnated. I just sat there for maybe a good month or two, and then Ember found my channel. And it wasn't until that happened that I finally started to get an upward trajectory. And trajectory. God, can't talk again. I love you so much for that, and I hate to see you following that path, but I love it. It's bittersweet. I love that all the assholes are leaving, and I know that you're going to grow in a better way.
Yeah, I love your channel, Ember. I think there's an amazing community there. There's just amazing, really.
Absolutely. So if you're not sub to Ember. She's amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. She is amazing. I'm going to start this video because we've gone off on a wild tangent, and I'm all about the tangents. You know, there's tangents in the chat.
Do the tangents a lot, yes.
Yeah.
Rights than we do here.
Oh, well, I was asking, do we have any thoughts from the last one? Because I do have thoughts. I think it's interesting that they said, like, the only way that this woman actually what was her name? Sorry, I'm so sorry. Anna said the only way that the sexual revolution has failed is because it succeeded, which is such a weird way to put a negative in. And I was thinking about that because I think way too much about everything. You know that about me. And I thought maybe it's because it isn't the sexual revolution that they planned to have, that they basically saw into the future, but it did work to destroy the patriarchal kind of restrictions that did exist before. So maybe it succeeded, but not in the way they expected.
Which is... I don't really know what she means by that. She's a little odd. I mean, she has really mixed statements where it's like sometimes she's sarcastic and sometimes she's...
Yes.
I mean, she's obviously sarcastic, and then other times it's like cringy take.
She also pointed out that it's kind of silly for them to be debating this because all 4 members of the panel and the host are all women on a stage. So in a way, there's not really a debate to have. But on the flip side, as the pro side has pointed out, which is also weird, it isn't complete. It isn't a success either, because there's still so much work to be done before feminism's goal of actual equality is actualized.
Yeah, I would agree.
I mean, my stance is that it's succeeding. Like we're making strides, but we're not where we need to be. But I don't know.
Sorry, go ahead. No, you.
Go ahead.
I think...
Go ahead. It's your channel. You go.
No, I'm not even going to speak now. I'm leaving. See ya.
Oh my God, Mark. No, okay, just really quick. I don't think that because I can't even remember who this is.
Anna.
Who?
Anna or
the
Hannah,
Free
one
Press?
of those.
No, is it the Free Press that's doing this?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know. The Free Press, I think it's just a YouTube channel that does sort of social media kind of thing, I think.
I mean, it's one thing that I don't know. Like recently I've been, and I'm saying this a lot, I feel like I'm like, it's like, do I change my name to Token? I don't know. I understand that we need I got into making content and being on other people's channels because I understand that representation matters. But just because there's a Black girl in the skeptic community doesn't mean that all latent Christianity has been defeated. You know what I mean?
Right.
I didn't mention that the last time. I just kind of let it go, but part of it was like kind of cringy. It's like, okay, fine, we let women talk, we let the little ladies into the workforce. Go us. We're not equal by any objective measure. Women are still considered minorities on almost every playing field. We are so much further than we were, but we still have a lot of things to do to move forward. And it bothers me that people are trying to also jerk us back. So, I mean, it's hard for me to even answer the question, has it failed? I don't think it's won or failed. I think we've made huge strides, and that's just kind of where I left it. And the fact that there's still a conservative woman that can walk to a microphone and say with a straight face, like all the things that the one lady was saying, is and she's not speaking just for herself. She's speaking on behalf of millions of women. And it's scary, especially in light of recent events.
I got to say, I again, coming from an IT background, you wouldn't. No, I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that. You would believe the sexism that you get in the IT field upon occasion.
I would.
It is. Yeah, no, I was about to say you wouldn't believe it. Then I thought, you probably would actually.
HR, I would believe.
Right. So I remember a technician came in, and they're training new techs. So they're basically sort of technicians in training, which is just your word for somebody that helps out people with technical matters. And they was like, oh, this girl's useless kind of thing, can't do a thing, right? All this negative stuff. And I'm like, hang on, the guys are the same. They're in training. Like, the guys don't know anything. Why are you picking out the girl among, these people and saying, hey, the guys are the same. They don't know anything either. They're in training. But it's almost like their expectation was, if she doesn't know everything from the very start, then she never will. Fun fact, we trained that girl and she became one of the best technicians we had. Way better than the guys.
She didn't have a choice if she was going to stay, did she?
Well, it's more that idea that they will never be as good as the guys. And I guess I'm pointing out that she was better than all the guys in her intake.
Yeah.
That is
and that's my point. Like, we kind of have to be, if we're going to stick around. You can't be women don't have the luxury of being mediocre in a man's field.
Well, I think that they should. I think that ought to happen.
I think it should too. I think that I've seen Ember and Sinister Porpoise walk into a stream in a baseball cap and be misgendered, and I'm like, that never happens to me. And the thing is, and I've watched almost every trans woman in the community show up and like just outshine all the cis women and still be called a man. And it's like, why do we have to be better than the best to get basic respect?
I've known a lot of women over the years who in the military, in repossession, in practically every field I've worked in, where you go to talk to them, you say, hey, that thing you did, that was really cool, and they go, thanks, but it's not good enough, because I have to be better than the very best person here, or I'm not good enough.
Yeah, and that's wrong.
Yeah,
that's 100% wrong. And
that's my point.
I don't think, because there were better technicians around, probably because of just the amount of time that they had spent there. I'm not saying that she was the best, but she was better than everybody in her group. And, she doesn't have to be the best. No, you're right. And that's a very, very cognizant thing. Would I have been so, look, I told you so, if she was just an average technician with an average? Sure. I would like to think that I would have been. I would like to say, hey, she's just as capable as anybody else. Right. And the thing about,
but I mean, you have no idea how much you have to fight to prove that, though.
No, I don't. I can only imagine. I
mean, women, it's almost like we don't get the like men make a mistake, and it's just like, oh well, people make mistakes, but a woman, you're allowed to make a mistake if you're in your lane. I can make a mistake as a nurse, but not a doctor.
Right.
Otherwise, it's just like, what are you even doing here? See, I told you. You're only as good as your last mistake. I mean, it feels like that when you're in a man's field.
Well, part of that, I think, and I'd love to get your feedback on this, a part of that, I think, women do enable because they're like, well, men just screw up all the time. They put out this thing of men just, are useless and do these mistakes all the time. And I think that does empower them in a way to say, hey, well, I'm a man, I can just screw up, I cheated with someone, well, I'm a man, what do you expect, kind of thing. I think that is partly reinforced by women, and I'd love to know your opinion on that.
I think it can't speak for Australia. Okay. And there's no like hard facts because it's a social thing that's going to vary.
Yeah, sure.
Again, the perception of what a man is and what is allowed for him is going to vary from area to area. The United States is more or less an empire, and I certainly see that here. It really, I'm just going to stand on that. It depends on the area, the culture in the area, and the time period, and da 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 da.
Yeah, the culture.
Right. Yeah, interesting. I really think that's the case sometimes. When sometimes it kind of annoys me when women say all men cheat, because it feels like they're empowering that behavior by saying, hey, that's what's to be expected.
There. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. No, yeah, and I used to say that too, and I've stopped because I was wrong.
No, that's okay. That's something that has crossed my mind, but I did want to, and I've spoken to my wife about it, and she agrees. And I've never cheated on my wife at all. And so it kind of you kind of gets you back up, because you're like, well, what the fuck, like seriously,
right.
You see these.
It is, and we see that heavily in the Black community.
Yeah,
I think one of the videos I had come out this month, we've been focusing on Black women, but I have my pre-recorded streams that come out on Thursdays, but it was talking about how Black women, just due with the shortage of available men in the Black community, are more willing to put up with cheating from their men than other races. One, because there's a shortage. I mean, primarily because there's a shortage of Black men in the community, in any community that a Black woman would find herself in. And two, it's not untrue. A lot of Black men are being taken out of the communities. So if you're a free Black man, you have this feeling that you are a commodity, and people have a tendency to do what they know they can get away with. And I'm not even just going to put this on men. It's all people across the board. It's why I'm very hard on people when they're in new relationships, new employment, new anything. You need to make your stand. This is what I'm going to expect. And that has to be solidified by 3 months. Because after that, you're just you're really just solidifying. And even if it's a cheating woman, like, you really need to lock down your expectations within 3 months. It's only going to go downhill after that in most situations. So, and again, I'm not putting that just on men. Women do it too.
Well, that's true. But generally, it is not said in our culture that all women cheat, kind of thing. That's generally not. Well, I guess there's probably some men that say that.
Everyone cheats.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
Both genders, well, all genders cheat. But I think people are on a case-by-case basis, obviously. And when you're trying to set expectations, you have to do it individually. But
yeah, I mean, it's
to say all men cheat,
that's everyone cheats.
Yeah, no, to
just like with all
men cheat is to say
Really
that
not.
like, you know, in my channel, I'm very pro I don't know, pro slut, body positive. You know, nobody's too fat, nobody's too thin. We all focus on our health. Beauty is objective, and it doesn't need to be pointed out. We're all beautiful, and there's no such thing as a slut. You know,
but that's
you get to
different
do whatever
than
you.
cheating.
Yes and no.
That's different.
Yes and no. So a girl, it depends on what you mean, because like Cat Black is a YouTube streamer, and
Right.
she is polyamorous, and it is interesting. I saw a short she did today where her boyfriend has a wife, and he's very upfront with the wife, and but and
That's not
nobody.
cheating.
Right. Well, you and I believe that, but a lot of people are coming down really hard on her. Like, oh, you're having sex with a married man. You're helping him cheat. It's like, but the wife knows, and she has a boyfriend.
Right.
We don't care what sluts do. The husband should be only sleep with the wife.
No,
that's
not what I'm talking about.
I know. But that's what I'm saying with body positive and like trying to, you know, like take back the narrative that there is no such thing as a slut.
Right.
We need to frame things appropriately. That's
no,
all I'm
cheating
saying.
is when you have a agreement with somebody to exclusivity in your sexual relations, and you've made that understanding with them, and then you go out and you break that sort of agreement with them. Like we have a social contract to society, I think we do have a relationship kind of contract where we say, hey, this is going to be the nature of a relationship. And don't get me wrong, I've got no problem if the nature of your relationship is, hey, we sleep. If you've got an open relationship, that's not cheating. If you say to somebody, hey, I love you and only you, and I'm just going to be with you till the rest of my life, and then you go out and you break that, then that is what I consider cheating.
Right.
So a breaking of that contract. So I'm not really talking about the sexual relations. I'm talking about telling somebody what your relationship is and then not acting in accordance with it. So that really, I've got no problem with that. Yeah. So
and I love that about you. You know what your definitions are, but you also understand that when we're talking about sexual contracts, social contracts.
Yeah.
Everybody has their own definition of what things are, and you know, I
sure.
I would like to reframe that in this, you know, for Americans at least. But you know, that aside, I believe all three of us are on the same page about that.
Yeah, absolutely. I just feel even saying everybody cheats is still giving people license to do it, and then say, well, everybody cheats. You know, it's kind of that nobody says everybody cheats more than people that cheat on their partners.
Exactly.
Right.
Because it's an admission, whether it's intended to be.
Right.
It lets them off the hook because they can kind of say, well, everybody cheats. So it would have happened to me eventually. So I've preemptively cheated. There's a lot of rationalizations you can make in your mind. So I think that sort of stopping saying everyone cheats and just saying, you know, terrible people cheat would be a lot better in preventing them from having that excuse to go ahead and do it. And that's how I feel about it. You know, people can feel differently. That's fine. I just believe it's not productive, and it gives people an outlet to say, hey, I can excuse my behavior for this reason.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't believe, and I know this has nothing to do with the stream, and I'll just wrap this up really quick with a bow. I don't think the terrible people cheat. I think the people who have a specific emotional need cheat. And it is not optimal that you don't try to look for a solution to the marriage outside of the marriage. I agree with that, but I think that cheating isn't something that people necessarily do because it's like, well, I'm just a bad person, so I cheat. I really do think it's
You're 100%
an emotional
right.
need that they're missing.
That's not productive for me to say that. You're right. I'm mistaken. You know, I really should say, hey, only people that, like you said, I think that's beautiful. People that need some kind of emotional connection that they're not getting, go out and yeah, no, I get that. That's absolutely right. So thank you. Yeah, you're absolutely right. I love this conversation. I'm sorry, I absolutely love this conversation. It's wonderful. But I'm going to start the video, or else we're never going to. We have we are 45 minutes in, and we haven't even played the video. You realize this, don't you?
I do.
Look,
I do. I love talking.
Audience,
to the two of you, though. I mean, and this is my ish. This is what I do. I love talking about this stuff. Play the video before I keep talking.
Sure. So none of that adds up, and I think I don't know how we would go back to that because I'm not a politician or a strategist, but there has to be a kind of more moderate conversation on topics like abortion, which, by the way, most people agree on. Most people, including myself, even though I personally view abortion as a sin and a stain on your conscience as a woman. But I'll be upfront. I've had an abortion, and I think that is something that most women don't take lightly. But the fact is, in this country, you only hear the voices of the extreme fanatics.
Okay, can we stop?
Kind of, but not really. I get where she's coming from, in that as long as you keep it general and say the fanatics on either side, but also no, we've been seeing, especially since the issue here in the U.S., the overturn of Roe v. Wade, there've been so many collections of stories upon stories upon stories of regular everyday people saying how access to abortion or not is making a huge difference in their lives.
Right.
And I think we've got. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No,
please.
you seriously.
No, I'm going to go on forever. You go.
Okay. So I think that. Well, I think that also the way that you're sort of saying, hey, it's a sin, but I did it. I feel like it's sort of I'm going to do it and ask forgiveness rather than not do it at all. I dislike the idea that, I did this thing, I made this choice, but now it's a sin and I need forgiveness for it. I don't think so. I don't think she needs forgiveness at all. And I think that in the same situation,
and I had a problem
she
with
would
that
possibly make the same decision.
Yeah. And
it's weird to say
really
something is a sin, but also the right choice. What is sin then?
Yeah, no, the sin part really messed with my brain too, where it's like a sin, but sometimes you have to do it. So yeah, I would love to ask her what a sin is. It's like, well, abortion's murder, but sometimes you have to murder. Okay, well, maybe we can reframe this. I agree. Okay. Usually, so we have 75% of women who have abortions already have children. One, already have children. Two, are impoverished, meaning that they would make different decisions if they had more money, if they could afford to keep the baby. Saying that, my government has put me into a position where I would want to keep a child, but I can't, is a stain on a woman's conscience. It's a stain on the woman's conscience that the government is legislating and throwing them into jail for. It's so weird. And I hate this idea that we should bear, the women specifically, men are never into this in this on either side, and I rail against this on both sides, that we don't hold men accountable, one for putting for being there when the baby was conceived, or being half of that decision, or also being the decision that to terminate the pregnancy. Men are having these conversations with women. To think that, again, 75% of these women are impoverished. They're going to men asking for money because there are very few states that are paying for this procedure. Or you can't do it with federal funds. the state either has to provide for it or the woman has to come solely out of pocket for it.
And there's other
They're having
charity
these conversations with
yeah.
men. But it's a stain on her conscience.
Yeah,
she made this
there's a
decision.
lot.
She should go to jail. This is bullshit.
Yeah, there's a lot of internalized misogyny all around those debate tables. But also, I appreciate the fact that you brought up that you can't use federal funds, and often these do have to be paid out of pocket, which just kind of nukes that conservative argument that people are using it as a convenient form of birth control.
Right.
It's very
It's
inconvenient.
It's like $400 or $500 right now. Like that's insane. It's just not like the slut that is using abortion for birth control. It's literally cheaper to get birth control every month of the year than to have one abortion.
Well, I mean, it's also, I do have to acknowledge that I like the way that she framed, hey, this is a big decision for a woman, and she's not, because we hear so much rhetoric about women are just going out and, on the weekend and getting aborted. It's just
abortions
a fun, right? Exactly. Yeah. And it is so, it's such a straw man of the incredibly difficult choice that a woman makes going through this. And I think at least she acknowledged that, it is a monumental choice. And I've known quite a few women that have had abortions, and none of them, it requires a lot of thinking, a lot of looking into things, a lot of consideration. It's never made lightly, ever. Right. I mean, I guess I shouldn't say that. Maybe it is for a couple of women out there who, but for 99.9% of women, it is a massive decision. A massive decision.
Yeah.
I can't stress that. It just annoys me when that sort of, you hear a debate and someone goes, oh, women are just going out and, just don't even care. Mm-hmm. And it's like, have you spoken to a woman?
No, clearly. That, or they think that women who want to have there are women out there that want to have abortions, and for those women, they do it gleefully. I remember when Jacqueline Glenn announced her pregnancy, and the haters that trolled her were like, "Oh, you're going to keep it?" Just like no atheist has ever had a baby. Wow. We don't want them. We only get pregnant to have abortions. Yeah. Because it's fun. And she was like, yes, I'm going to keep the baby. I tried very hard to have the baby. I want a baby. And it just like blew Christians' minds that there was an atheist that was pregnant and was going to keep her baby.
Maya's having one after the show. They don't, too, just because it's what we do.
There's just they have no idea what is going on. They don't look into it. They don't care. They just know they have to stop it. And it's insane to me. I hate this so much.
And I mean, I met a woman when I was actually doing group therapy for a while. And her experience was so, it just was like, shame and people yelling at her, and she was doing it for medical reasons, and it's just it broke my heart. It broke my heart.
I've known women who were in bad situations, like their boyfriend or husband was beating them. They found out they were pregnant. They needed to get away from them, and finally did. And goddamn if I'm not pregnant. And that's like, they can't keep a baby because it's going to keep them tethered to the man for the rest of their life. And that and I don't even know how to, I don't want to get into it, but like just getting the courage to leave a relationship like that is so hard. And now I have to make this other decision, which is way more hard. And I probably want the baby, but I would like to live to raise it. Like I just don't think people understand that these are common situations for women walking into abortion clinics. I mean, it's like, well, they're not common, but they're not uncommon. Like I've heard that story so many times. And to just say, oh, well, like I watched, it wasn't Now This, it was another like thing like that, where they were actually talking to people who were doing the March for Life. And they were like, well, if a woman is having a pregnancy related issue, what does she do? Well, she needs to pray.
Yeah, because
But
that's
she
going to help.
shouldn't abort the baby. Yeah, she just needs to pray. And God will, if God wants her to live, he will answer that prayer. And if not, well, this is God calling you home.
Oh,
Disgusted me.
oh,
Absolutely
that
disgusted
is
me.
terrible. That's terrible.
If there's a God that really wants women, that, created an entire separate sex just to have babies, I want you to think about this. He also made their sole purpose the most difficult, life-threatening thing they will ever do. Absolutely everything you do as a pregnant woman is more life-threatening than if you're doing it not pregnant.
Mm-hmm.
Everything you encounter, just any kind of health risk. I too went to group therapy because I prepartum. Like most people have postpartum. I like to be special. I had prepartum. So the depression while I was pregnant, and I was totally fine after the pregnancy. I refused to take antidepressants because there were no tests done on fetuses that were exposed to antidepressants because it's unethical. And without giving me a number of whether this is better or worse for my baby, I said I'm not taking anything. And I had an entire pregnancy depressed, like suicidally depressed. So the only thing that I could get at that time was group therapy. And I had to move back home so that if I tried to do anything to myself, my parents could either stop me or find me quickly thereafter and get me to a hospital. It was horrible.
I'm sorry to hear that, Maya. I really am, and I'm glad you made it
absolutely
through.
Everything you go through. Yeah. But absolutely everything you go through is just so much worse with pregnancy.
And the last thing you need
and to
is
tell a woman that she should have to make one decision.
But like the idea that you need some fucking asshole screaming at you and saying that you're going to burn in hell is the last thing that a woman needs. It's what are you talking about? Anyway, that's depressing.
Like
depressing.
You don't know what. It doesn't have to be like he's 22. He's happy. He just got a promotion at his job. I'm a director. I live in a 2-story apartment. It's fine. We made it. We're a success, and we're Black. I raised a Black man. Like, holy shit, that doesn't happen to every Black mom. Successfully. I'm totally cool. I'm totally cool with the outcome, but to say to me that I should have been forced to go through that it should not have, I shouldn't have had a choice in that I should have gone through 7 months suicidal, that was not in my accord, just seems cruel.
To say the
and
least.
That's just me.
Yeah.
There's so many other women, like the chick in Texas that's still fighting a lawsuit about having to go to another state so she wouldn't actually die in her pursuit to give birth to an unviable child.
Yeah.
They don't care. It's disgusting.
It's pretty gross. Anyway, I'll start again, but I'm so sorry to hear that, Maya. I'm glad that you
I was a success
got through that.
My fellow Americans are who I'm sorry for.
We need to have more compassion for people, I think, to understand where they're coming from.
We need to have facts before we make a decision that we march for legislation on. Because when most people, I was Catholic. I used to be pro-life or whatever the fuck they think they are.
Mm-hmm.
I changed my
Anti-choice,
stance.
maybe.
Like I still, yeah, exactly. I changed my stance when I read the facts. Yeah. Most people do. And all I ask, with my entire channel is that people get, more knowledgeable before they take a stance on anything. I mean, and when I say more knowledgeable, your preacher doesn't count. You need multiple sources.
Yeah. The Bible doesn't count. Like, read some science.
Sarah and Grimes, I think the fundamental argument your side is advancing is basically saying expanding freedom is generally a good thing. But freedom for one group, as we have seen, I think, in the past few decades, often means less freedom for another group. And millions of working class American kids.
Yes, she's not wrong. Like, if you're sort of saying, hey, these people have the freedom to, say, express themselves without
freedom of other people,
to belittle and denigrate them, kind of thing, to stifle their progress. I don't care about taking away that kind of freedom. If you're doing harm, then you don't have the freedom to do harm to people. You don't. If you're a Christian and you're,
I don't think that's what she's talking about.
Isn't it?
So maybe it's just a United States thing, but basically every conservative group who's opposed to every other group having equal rights makes the default argument that giving those people rights diminishes their own rights. Gays shouldn't be allowed to get married because it makes my marriage not special. Trans people shouldn't be allowed to have medical care because it makes my medical care more expensive or take longer, whatever. Like to them, freedom is a finite quantity. And if you give some to somebody else, you have less. And I think that's what she's trying to say here. Because it is because we're not topic.
We're not talking about rights. We're talking about freedom. So maybe that's what she's talking. I don't know. Maybe we should play a bit more. But I don't think we're talking about rights. And I agree with you totally on that, Amber. Don't get me wrong. But rights are one thing and freedoms are another. Like, I may have the freedom to buy whatever I want, including a rocket launcher or something. And the government may take away that freedom. I think that's a good idea, but I may not have the right to buy a rocket launcher. That's something different.
You're making this distinction between freedom and rights, and there's a section of Americans who don't.
Yeah, here it's a distinction without a difference. If you don't have the right for something, that isn't a freedom you have.
And we agree with you, Mark. But
I don't understand that.
Yeah, no,
like
you shouldn't.
Not all
That's
freedoms are
that's
rights,
the reasonable response.
Like, some things are kind of privileges given to you. Like, I mean, just say you have I was just about to say a gun license, but that's a really bad example for America. Just say you have a car license, right? You have a freedom to be able to drive because of that license, but you don't have a right to it. If you don't pay your tickets and stuff, they will take it away. That's not a right that you have. So that's where I'm making the distinction. I have certain freedoms to go out, get a license, and conduct my life and do all these things. But I may not have a right to do all of those things. Some of them are sort of a privilege granted to me, as long as I don't, for instance, break the law. For instance, my freedom to be able to travel around isn't a right; it's a freedom given to me as long as I don't break the law. So, whereas a right I would see is like the right to bodily integrity. Like, even if I do break the law, I still, I have the right to not be beaten to a pulp by the police for no reason, kind of thing. They have to.
Yeah, we don't have that either.
All right, these are bad examples. Okay, maybe I should just shut up and let them play.
Well, Yeah, I mean, without due process. Yeah. Which I'm being facetious a little bit, kind of. But I mean, I think that I'll agree with Mark insofar as the moderator should have made that explicitly clear, and she's conflating, which if she's an American, she should know better than and should actually separate.
Okay.
But what I hear her saying is, I'm pretty sure is what Ember also hears her saying. It's conflating right and privilege or freedom. Sorry.
Arguably because of the sexual revolution, are growing up in a broken home or a home with just one parent, while their more wealthy counterparts either can afford nannies or grow up in a two-parent homes, and they have demonstrably better outcomes across the board. So how do you reckon with the fact that freedom to choose, which is really, I think, at the core of what the sexual revolution is about, has really meant freedom to choose for the wealthy or the upper middle class, and freedom to choose for everybody else has largely meant being relegated to whatever the man who got them pregnant decides to do? How do you contend with that issue?
So that's
almost her own rebuttal. That's like a whole freaking statement on her own. She's playing it off like she's prompting Grimes, but she's doing her own soapboxing there. And there's so much wrong with that. Like, she basically just asserted that a woman's ability to choose her own sexual partners causes more broken homes. And that wealthy families who can afford nannies and whatnot, because there's nannies, they have a better outcome. Woman, the fact that they're fucking rich and can afford to take care of their child is why they have a better outcome.
Yeah, so I was going to say, like, it's more a state of capitalism than it is of, the sexual revolution.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
yes,
this is a problem with capitalism, that outcomes are not.
And we've seen this across the board, with and without women's rights. Children who have access to, children who are born into more privileged families have better, quote unquote, better outcomes and better is subjective. Granted, but
definitely, because when you have too much privilege, you end up like these four.
I hate this question for sure.
She's sort of like she was doing the same for the other side, to be fair, just sort of attacking their points kind of thing as a moderator, which is a weird style. I don't get it, but whatever. Can't they come up with their own questions for either side, rebuttal, whatever? Look,
even if you're going to make a question, does it have to be loaded?
Well, the fact that women can be a single mother and can have a career and can raise their children by themselves, regardless of what the man does, is a product of the sexual revolution. Like, they would not have that choice if we were back before the sexual revolution. It would be, well, you've got to stay with the man no matter what happens, and if he abandons you, you're just screwed.
Right.
It upsets me a lot because this isn't even a thing that actually changed with the sexual revolution. Like, women having control of their own bodies doesn't do anything to change the nature of long-term relationships. Like, people are still going to have difficulties. People are still going to break up. And immediately before this was the Vietnam War, and before that was the Korean War, and before that was World War II, and before that was World War I. And there, through the entire damn century, there were women raising children on their own because their husbands were fucking killed in these endless wars.
Yeah.
Sexual revolution had nothing to do with that.
Right. I mean, it ensured a woman's ability to take care of herself regardless of what happened to her husband, which we haven't always had. Actually, have only had very recently.
It's generally women that had their husbands sort of abandon them or leave them would end up destitute in a pauper's home kind of thing, just trying to survive.
Yeah, even in the Bible where it talks about please take care of the widows. I'm like, their husband died. They have no means of supporting themselves. It's totally different than the now. Or I watched Jennifer Bird on Myth Vision, and she talks about biblical marriage. And I only bring this up because of how long and pervasive this is. And it predates the Bible for sure. But, you know, when we see these issues of, you know, should we divorce, we take it to mean something completely different today. You know, well, we're always navigating the narrative towards the needs of the 1%. But it, you know, back in the day, it's like, okay, well, should you divorce? So it was almost kind of a courtesy to a woman. I mean, insofar as we got any, because we weren't allowed to do anything. There were no inheritance rights to women per se. You married well, hopefully, or as well as you could, and you know, there went your ability to be comfortable with whatever was left with your life. The laws have not always, and it depends on what society and at what time. But you know, anything under biblical or Abrahamic rule has been geared towards the men, and the women have just kind of been these like passive bystanders where, you know, we are the vehicles by which you are able to produce your offspring and to pass on your inheritance. And that was our lot in life. And we haven't really been thought of outside of that. So what I hate about this so much is like it's kind of like this latent Christianity, or maybe she's Christian and she's buying into the entire narrative. I don't know. But you could, I guess it's a feminist issue, but it's really, I don't know. It just seems religious to me. And I'm having a hard time with the question.
It's a complex issue with basically all of civilization tied up in it. There's capitalism, there's cultural beliefs that are tied to religion, there's social status, there's all kinds of things. And they're like, oh, but almost everything but the sexual revolution.
Right.
Sorry, I'm in chat. I'll start up. I'm sorry. I'm just getting into chat.
Well, I take issue a little bit with what the way that you phrase it in the end there, Barry, because it.
I agree.
Yeah. Now I feel rather awkward that I'm agreeing with Sarah Hayter on this.
Yeah. Look, just because somebody says something incredibly dumb doesn't make everything they say wrong. You can still say, you know, I mean, I've said things that are correct and I've said things that are incredibly dumb. It is very possible to do so. So, yeah.
It's not actually the case. I think a lot of these like lower income women, like single mothers, are being very misunderstood. There's this idea that they, you know, they're having a lot of casual sex and then they get, you know, pregnant because they're not using, you know, all right, yeah, okay. And that they don't want the children that they're having, that these pregnancies are, you know, a disaster to them. But that's actually not true. When we listen to these women and we talk to them about their experiences, and there's been lots of studies done on this, you can look at them up and you can talk to these mothers, they will say that their pregnancies might be unplanned, but they are not unwanted. Those children are not unwanted. And they are a source of great meaning in a context where there's not a lot of easy ways to find meaning, and I think that's very important. I would also I do want to talk about, you know, a person who I think gets overlooked in this conversation, and I know we're going back to the time before the sexual revolution because that's actually what we're debating right now. But we talk about single mothers and their existence today. There are more of them. It's true. Prior to the sexual revolution, between the post-war period and the sexual revolution, there were fewer single mothers than there are now, but there were far, far many more children who were being put up for adoption by mothers who wanted to keep them. This was called the baby scoop era. And I think that it really, you guys should go home and look it up maybe, because it was a horrifying time. The rates of American babies that were being put up for adoption were extremely high. There was a peak of it that was like, 89,000 or something.
Yeah, and sort of, so you can also look back in time and look at sort of the Oliver Twist era kind of thing and go, well, orphanages used to be everywhere, right? Orphanages used to be a thing. It's not so much like that anymore. It's kind of, our adoption system is kind of different. And that's not to say that problem's gone away, but it used to be a cultural thing that orphanages were just filled with orphans kind of stuff. So there is a cost to taking away women's choice. That when you force women to have children, sometimes they just cannot take care of the children, and you've got to plan for that. I do like what she's saying though. What'd she call it? The baby scoop?
Yeah.
Baby
Like
scoop.
So it says from
really
1945.
badly named ice cream.
From 1945 to 1973, it's estimated that up to 4 million parents in the United States had children placed for adoption, with 2 million during 1960s alone. Annual numbers for non-relative adoptions increased from an estimated 34,000 in 1951 to a peak of 89,000 in 1970, then quickly declined to an estimated 48,000 in 1975, which I guess was after Roe. This does not include the number of infants adopted and raised by relatives. In contrast, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services estimates that only 14,000 infants were placed for adoption in 2003.
Wow.
Another really, really important aspect to consider about that period isn't just that it was unwed mothers and dumping babies in orphanages. These women specifically were compelled to surrender their babies. They wanted to keep them, but they were told by government agencies and outreach agencies, specifically the Catholic Church, but not exclusively the Catholic Church, that they had to give them up for adoption. They had to entrust them into these orphanages.
Yeah.
So it's a bit more insidious than just there were too many babies and no way to deal with them. There was coercion.
And I'll also bring up
And
the
so
generations of Australians who were the First Nations people who had their babies taken away from them, and that was horrific. And the government said sorry. I think we should all be sorry about that. That is horrific.
All right. And so what I'm seeing again is just a simple Google search. 9% of women who gave birth pre-Roe v. Wade gave their babies up for adoption. So it's only 9%.
Wow.
But as of 2021, of the 54,000 children and youth who were adopted in 2001, 55% were adopted by foster parents, 34% were adopted by a relative. So we still have very, very low number of adoption, which is about 7%. I mean, since Roe, we're still only down to 7% of people giving their babies up for adoption. And a very low percentage of those are being given to foster parents. I mean, adoptive parents.
Does the right in America ever address stuff like, did they ever say,
No,
okay, we're going to repeal this, but this is how we're going to deal with the increased adoption rate that's obviously going to come, right?
Nope.
It's insane.
There's another factor.
Thoughts, prayers, bootstraps.
One of the ways that they were coercing people is they were effectively denying assistance. They were denying what today we would call food stamps or welfare or whatever. They were saying, no, you can't have that because you're an unwed mother. You don't qualify.
Right.
So your only option is to give the baby up for adoption. And we could easily fix this problem. The reason the passage of Roe was so important was because of this compulsory adoption practice, because social welfare programs were anathema.
Yeah.
We could have just done better in the first place, but then Roe wouldn't have had quite so much force behind it.
I mean, and we could do better now. There are so many things, and I keep saying to, well, I have an addiction to arguing about the abortion topic. I'm like, if you want women to keep their babies, like, we don't have to like take abortion off the table. We could give living wages. We can guarantee health care, free pre-K, and daycare. There's a lot of things we can do to like with like nutrition programs, you know, whether it's TANF, food stamps, free lunches at schools. There's just so sex education would do wonders for bringing the abortion numbers down.
And here's the thing: as soon
they
as
don't
you
want to
start
do
saying,
any
hey,
of that.
Well, as soon as you start saying that, they jump in and say, oh, well, then people will just have babies in order to get these things. And it's like, well, do you want the baby or do you not? It's very strange.
It is really strange. And again, it's indicative of people not understanding what's going on. Most women who have abortions are doing so to better to continue to take care of the family they already have. They already have kids at home. This child, this aborted baby, is untenable. I would have it if you would just give me enough money to live on. And again, it's not because the fathers aren't there. It's because between the two of us, we can barely breathe. I can't even say the two of us. We're talking about 3 or 4 people. And the parents are already working, 3 or 4 jobs apiece. We in Baltimore, we're just going through this kid who graduated. This made the news not this past year, but the year before. He graduated illiterate. And rather than looking at the school system, people in town were saying, well, what was the mother doing? Why didn't she know? She was working 3 jobs and trusted the school system that her kid would at least be able to read, because why wouldn't she? How do you get to the 12th grade and still be illiterate? Nobody said anything. You just kept passing him. It's insane. And we don't want to put more money into the school system so that doesn't happen. We just want to ask parents, women, mothers, what did you do with your bootstraps? You had a child. You were pregnant. You should have known that you should have gotten some.
It's double standards all the way down.
I'm so mad at my country right now. Yeah, left, right, and sideways.
Well, I mean, being mad's fine. You don't have personal control over your country. You shouldn't feel responsible.
You can vote. You can vote. You can fucking
vote.
Like that would help. That would help. That would help us a lot. The very minimum you can do is figure out who's doing what and voting for that person. People think that their vote will not count, and I swear it will. Like, just you know what? We are where we are because people primaried Republicans from the right. We can be better positioned if you in particular would run for office. But if you can't, the very least you can do is vote for your primaries and primary somebody, anybody from the left. And here's a news flash. The president of the United States is not the only person on the ballot. We have Mike Johnson because nobody was focused on that position.
I'm voting for you, Maya. Next election, I'm voting for you. You've sold me.
Thanks, Mark.
You had me at I hate my country.
I'm tired of like the there's so many people right now. It's like, well, Biden is a dementia patient, and I'm like, yeah, they both are.
So is Trump. Absolutely.
Which dementia patient do you want to lead the country? Do you want the dementia patient that is going to rubber stamp a check to eliminate all trans people and take away abortion rights? They already have that bill written. I'm letting you know. And next they're coming for contraceptives, which affects every fucking body in the goddamn chat.
And gay marriage.
Do you want to vote? I mean, do you want to not vote and risk that, or do you want to vote for a dementia patient that has revamped student loans, that has put in an infrastructure bill, that is doing anything at all about climate change? Do you want to that we can push incrementally? Which dementia patient do you want? Because we're getting one. We're getting one of the dementia patients. Which one do you want? We're getting one. And saying, well, I didn't vote for that. I didn't vote for Trump. I didn't vote for Biden. You don't get to sleep on that, because you know what you didn't do? Anything at all to help the goddamn problem. You could have walked into a booth. You could have pressed a goddamn button, and you could have walked out in 5 minutes later. And you didn't do the bare minimum. I am so sick and tired of telling people, well, I didn't vote for him. Fuck you. You didn't do anything at all. And it's worse.
Well, so sort of give a bit of context, they're also in sort of right areas, they're making it more and more difficult to vote. And I think that is on purpose. Like, the lines are becoming longer, they're making it harder to register, they're just making it more difficult. And what I would say to people is, there's no way you can change that if you don't go through that red tape and difficulty. I know it's rough. I know they're making it hard. But the only way we make it easier is by going through that, getting people in who will stop this sort of actions that they're taking to prevent people like you to vote. That's the only way to do it. So please just go through that. I know it's tiresome. I know they're being pricks. I know they're making it hard. Please just go through it and then vote for someone who can change the laws to allow greater access to voting. And then it'll become easier. That's the only way you can do it.
And grab an absentee ballot if you can, early vote if you can. Many places still have plague era options that are still available. In fact, there was an election, a couple of weeks ago? There happened to be a snowstorm, and the Democrat candidate won because all the Democrats voted early, and the Republicans all vote day of, and there was a snowstorm, so they didn't show up.
Yep. And actually, that's how George Santos got replaced with a Democrat. Voting matters. Down ballot.
It does.
If you don't feel like your vote's going to matter for the president, I disagree. Down ballot votes work. I mean, they're worth it. And also, if you want to get your feet wet in voting, you can press that like button right now. It's easy. It's just right there. Just press it. Press it right now. It's like voting. It's great.
It's a vote in the algorithm.
Actually, if you want to vote, I can allow you to vote. I'll start this round.
And then it declined. It declined fast. The second women were able to get an ounce of freedom, an ounce of understanding and acceptance, there were literally tens of thousands or more babies in the arms of their biological mothers who wanted them, because the stigma got better. Anyway, I think while we're considering trade-offs, I think we should think about this one.
Okay,
too.
well, let's talk a little bit. Grimes, do you want to jump in, or can I?
Well, I don't, either way, up to you guys.
Go.
I guess what I would say is, like, again, like we keep talking about symptoms, and if you want to get back to the root cause, it's like the schools are fucked. People are not educated. People don't even understand their own fertility. They don't understand how to not get pregnant.
She's not wrong. I mean, the way that she's expressed it probably isn't the best, but she's not wrong. Like, just saying the schools are fucked. Okay, there's a systemic problem with the education system in most states. Like, it's a really weird way to say it. She's not wrong. You know, I don't know. Maybe it's just me.
They don't understand what to do if they do get pregnant. Kids have bad outcomes because kids are like not literate. Like kids are graduating from grade 9. Like we are in a massive literacy crisis. It's like that's not the parents' fault. That's like, you know, like our system is fundamentally failing, and it's fundamentally failing children.
Is that true? Is there a literacy crisis in the US? Like people can't read?
Well, it's a problem, but to call it a crisis,
may not be accurate.
Yeah. Let's see. What's the current literacy rate?
Literacy in the United States. I will look up Australia as well to, you know, just not
Wow.
pick on the United States.
The U.S. national average literacy rate is only 79%. 21% of adults are illiterate. And 54% are below 6th grade reading level.
Holy crap.
Okay, yeah, I'll call that a crisis.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think the U.S. rate, the average, has always been 5th or 6th grade. So, I mean, and whether or not that's an indictment of the school system or just people not liking to read.
Oh, no, I'm sure it's intentional.
Where's Australia? Literacy levels in Australia. Someone help me. I can't see.
About 44% of adults rated a literacy level of 1 to 2. I don't know what that means. 38% rated a level of 3, and 15% rate at the highest level 4 to 5 in Australia. I'm sure that means something to you.
I don't know what the levels are. I mean, I've never encountered that before.
Yeah, that seems
Same.
weird and arbitrary. But yeah, overall,
Well, I'm sure it
Google's
means
take
something.
is
It's just
40%
So
have literacy levels below.
stellmanual.gov Australia.au Australia. So I don't know, it means something to your government. So only 50% of your country is reading at the highest level. And then you have another 38% that's average. So,
yeah, I don't know what those levels are, but if you add them up, I guess
53, just over 53% can read at a above low, okay, so average or high. Below low. Yeah,
Over
1 and 2 are a
40%.
low level, and that's 44%.
Yeah, over
So
40%
oh,
don't
I see.
have
So
enough literacy to get by in everyday life.
So pre-primary level is below level 1. 1 to 6 is level 1. So that's pre-primary to year 6. Year 7 to 10 is level 2. 11, 12. So basically at level 3.
Okay.
So 38%.
That's actually good.
Yeah, so 44% of adults read at a sort of year 10 or that's I'm not sure what.
It's way better than
or
us.
higher. Well, no, that's more than that. It's like, because it's 44%, 38% of adults read at level 3 and 15% read at 4 to 5, which is diploma. So level, yeah.
Okay, diploma.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean at 15%, it's probably true here.
Okay, so 3.7% of adults are in the pre-primary level, below level 1. So for America, that would be 21%.
Yeah, we're stupid.
That is a crisis. That's definitely, like, I will have to agree with Grimes on this one. That's a crisis.
Yeah. No, yeah, I never said it wasn't a crisis. Just
you know,
asked what the Australian things were.
Well, I was just sort of talking to Ember, and we sort of said, I don't know if it, it's a problem. We don't know if it's a crisis. And then we looked at the numbers and went,
yeah, our skepticism.
It's America. If we're talking about education, it's a crisis. Ember, you've been here your whole life.
Children first.
Also,
and like even
I
just
just want to point out, that based on the poll in the chat, I'm more well loved.
Oh, absolutely. I fully agree. In fact, I think I voted for you.
Hashtag Team Goddess.
Hashtag
Even
vote
though
me
I
out.
just berate the whole chat on their voting practices.
Oh, I love
so
it.
sending much love to you guys. Because I felt like half of you were drop out after that.
They're so self-denigrating. They love it. Go on, admit it. Admit it, chat. You love it. You love it. And look, I blame everything on chat, quite frankly. I'm kind of, it's convenient that they're here. I just blame them for everything.
I blame
Like,
Tapioca Weasel.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't have a Tapioca Weasel here a lot of the time, so I have to blame somebody.
Oh, it doesn't
and
matter
chat's
if he's
always
here or
around,
not. I
so.
blame him anyway.
I love all of you. Yes, you're my goddess acolytes.
Is the mom always in the, how does the whole line not move for like the moms to go to the front? I just like our culture doesn't make it easy to have kids, and so it's like we're like, oh, single mothers, it's like it's not doing well. It's like, no, the whole culture should fucking move. Children are sacred. We won't live as a species if we don't have more kids, and we're like personally not a replacement rate.
Yeah, so
thank good she like rounded out like the 10 kids or for up to 10 for her husband. I think Elon has like 10 now. It's actually
Yeah,
a crazy
the
secondary
replacement
thing.
rate thing. It's a bit of an issue. We hear it a lot from conservatives. Like the brown people are out reproducing the white people. We're not keeping up with replacement rate and all this crap.
Doesn't matter.
It's got low key racist overtones in there.
Yeah,
but
low key.
Yeah. But also, we have a population crisis. We don't need replacement rate. Population is not capitalism. It doesn't need to constantly grow. That's actually not sustainable. We probably should reduce our population a little for long term.
And
I mean, America has
Bill
record
Gates
high
talked
child
about
poverty rates
reducing the
right now.
population. Well, Bill Gates talked about reducing the population. Everyone jumped on it saying he wants to kill people. And it's like, no, all he's saying is slow down on the birth so we have the resources to cover the population. That's it.
We don't even need that. Like, and that's like the 1% talking like the 1%. I don't need to give my money. You just need to shut your legs, you sluts. We're the rich.
I think so. I think that you can have all the sex you want. It's just
we have the resources. You know, I mean, if our government would stop letting businesses like, you know, go to like China and Africa so that they can pay kids like $5 cents an hour to make purses, is so infuriating. We have the resources to support everybody.
It's not so much that, right? So some resources are perfectly fine. Some resources we have in abundance, like carbons and things like that. It's not a problem. Iron, there's tons of it. Like there's not a problem with iron. Other resources are going to be a problem if the population rate keeps up. One of them just being fresh water. Just water.
No, I actually was just thinking that.
Yeah, another one being helium, of all things. Like helium's really useful in super cooled applications. It's really useful in medical imaging. I believe MRI scanners use helium as a cooling solution. Like it's actually incredibly useful because it's an inert gas. The problem is that people are putting it in fucking balloons and letting them go into the sky where it actually escapes into space and we lose it. And we're short. We're going to be short. It's stuff like this that people don't think about. Not all resources will replenish themselves at the rate at which we're using it. Oil, for instance, we've burnt through half of the world's oil supply in roughly 300 years. That is completely and utterly unsustainable with the population growing and us using more and more oil. You cannot do that. It is not going to last. We have to start thinking about what we're going to do 1,000 years into the future, 2,000 years into 3,000 years into the future,
10 years in the future, even. I mean,
that would be nice.
This isn't outside of our lifetimes.
Yeah, like that helium.
I'm not expecting anybody to think about 1,000 years from now. If you could just think about 5 years from now, that would be great. I mean, we have like Phoenix. I'm sorry, go ahead. I mean, Phoenix, Arizona already has a water shortage.
Well, this is sort of what I want to get across, and this is what my channel is about. I want people, or I would like people, I suppose I can't demand that they do so, but I would like people to start thinking beyond their lifetimes. to start going, hey, I'm part of this chain of the human species, and we've got to start thinking about what the world is going to be like down the track, instead of what am I doing 10 years into the future? It's like, what will humans do 2,000 years from now?
I would love that. But remember earlier when we were talking about, like, I would love it if we could talk about the well-being of people, but I'll settle for people just not trying to kill me.
Right. No, it is completely
can I just get to the point where me and Ember aren't actively trying to, where they're not actively trying to ship me and Ember off to concentration camps. And once we get comfortably there, then we can think about like other shit. And it kind of feels like that for me and like people 1,000 years from now. Now, again, you know, I finished my last stream talking about my legacy. I would love it to be of love and people thinking long term. And I am so with you. I think we should think sustainably. We should never, ever dig up oil if it means that at any point in the future, carbon emissions are going to be out of control. We need to think about other things. Totally all for that. However, if I would like to just be able to breathe the air in 20 years, because I expect that I'll still be here.
No,
if we could just think about that first, and then
I acknowledge that. I acknowledge that, and I acknowledge that's a way more important issue, and that's the thing we should focus on. Don't get me wrong. I think 100% we should focus on, you know, like sustainability in the next 20 years, right? That's absolutely it. But I see, sort of from my point of view, I see there's no reason why, as an ideology, as an ideal, I can't say, hey, I can think beyond my lifetime and consider that, even though these imminent problems are way more important. You know, let's put our direction. But we can think that way. We can think, hey, we're part of a long chain that's going to go on way after I'm dead, and hopefully my body will help, you know, boost a tree that helps the next generation. And hopefully we can start our thinking as, let's prime ourselves for helping the next generations and helping the next to come, and even further on down the track. I think that mindset itself is helpful. Yes. Even if we, you know, and I'm not saying, you know, dwell on it or get upset about it, or, you know, you know, you can only do what you can do. And I completely agree. There's massive more problems than what are we going to do about helium 100 years from now? Like, I get you, but we can still go, okay, I'm gonna have this mindset of, it is not just about the things in front of me, but rather I can lift my eyes and see what's way down the road, even if I can't do anything about where we're going right now. I want to do that. That's what
I do want to, but I kind of feel, again, like it's almost futile when we have a bunch of people thinking that it's ridiculous to think about carbon emissions today because only God can make the earth better. Like, humans can't do anything to, you know, about climate change. Only God can do that. And it, like, I kind of feel like we need to, and it's not to say don't think about what you're saying. We absolutely have to. There has to be a long game. But holy crap, we are so far behind. It's just not even funny.
That's okay. I don't worry about that at all. The thing is that a lot of Christians have told me, and you know, these are the people that say, hey, you know, believe that God is going to come and, you know, their imaginary friend is going to save us from all of the problems that we've got, you know, in the future, kind of thing. And they've told me that, hey, they've said, you're different. You actually have a story to tell, like this being part of this species that is growing and evolving, and, you know, there's light at the end of the tunnel that we can work towards together. They like that I have a story, and you know, I can say that story. At the end of the day, with what I believe, if we don't make it, if humans don't make it, if we go extinct, that's just part of evolution. That's just part of the story, you know. Like, it's up to us to do what we can. And there's, you know, if humans go extinct, there's going to be no one to mourn us, because animals don't care. And evolution will just throw up, I don't know, my bet's on octopi, quite frankly. They're incredibly intelligent. Maybe birds.
Really? I'm going with dolphin, but dolphins? I'm going with dolphins, but you know what? Octopi could be.
So
I'm pretty sure that we're hell bent on killing ourselves. So we'll
Right.
see what
if
rises
we
up
don't
next.
survive, we don't deserve to. That's
Fair.
it.
I'm fair. Yeah, not arguing with
If
that.
we can't save ourselves, then we don't deserve to survive. Well, like in the great scheme of things, kind of.
We
thing,
killed
as far
ourselves
as,
off. There was no asteroid that hit the Earth. We did it to ourselves
right.
because
Yeah,
we were
give us a
too
Darwin Award.
lazy to tell rich
And
people to stop thinking about this quarter's profits.
yes. So in that case, give us a Darwin Award and let's
Yeah.
move on to the dolphins. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
basically where I'm at.
Exactly.
Let's talk a little bit about picking up, Sarah, on what you said about trade-offs, because I think maybe the weakest part of this side's audience, this side's argument, not the audience, we love you, is compared to what, right? Like I was editing a piece today about Masih Amini.
Okay, and for the record, the thing that they're from is from a newspaper. It's an online newspaper, I found out. So that makes sense, called Free Press. I thought it was sort of just a YouTube channel, but it's not. It's an online newspaper. So it is sort of media.
The young Iranian woman who you guys will remember her name, killed by the morality police in Tehran under the Islamic Republic for the sin of showing her hair, right? That is what it is to live in a country that doesn't have this kind of freedom. How do you contend with that, right? How do you argue again? Like, if we look at other countries that haven't had a sexual revolution, sure, they don't have OnlyFans, they don't have Pornhub, they don't have people catching feelings, but like they have cultures in which to be a woman showing your hair could be something punishable by death. How do you contend with that?
I mean, I don't think that we are arguing that we should go back to that. And I don't think that we never even really had we're not trying to execute women for attempting to obtain an abortion or having
a question. What
She's
are
not
they
getting the
arguing
point.
for? Like, they're saying the sexual revolution is bad. We need to do something else. Well, what else? What is your alternative?
And maybe without the sexual revolution, it wouldn't be as bad as sort of in a theocracy, but certainly things like, husbands beating their wives and things was commonplace before it. So, how bad does it have to, even going back to that, are you advocating for that? Are you advocating for no women in the workforce? Are you advocating for women aren't allowed to go somewhere without a chaperone? What are we talking about here? I think you're right, Amber. I don't think they know what they're arguing for.
No, I was saying, and this is I can't remember who had come in or not when I was saying that. I'm just like, what are the terms? It's really easy to say whether or not the wait, what was the original? Was it the sexual revolution or was it the feminism? Like whether or not succeeded or failed is really easy to state. What are your goals? Have we accomplished, or are we accomplishing more of half of them? Have we gotten through most of our objectives? That's the mark of success. So if you're saying, are we successful? It's just, have we made our accomplishments? It doesn't mean, if there was a theocracy revolution, is it successful? Well, have they succeeded and taken away most of my rights? Then yeah, I would say it was successful. It being successful has nothing to do with my liking it.
Right.
It's just things are objectively successful when you mark off half or more of more than half of the objectives. And so, but they're not even stating what the objectives are. They're just bitching about shit.
Fair enough.
Extramarital sex. We're just talking about, Grimes points out that we live in a society that's uniquely unfriendly toward mothers and children.
Well, I don't think so. And I wanted to bring this up. Grimes sort of said, why don't lines allow women with babies to be in front and stuff? And I kind of think that culturally, you think that would be a good thing to do. Morally, I think it may be right. I'm not sure you can legislate for that with sort of equality between people. And, what you'd have is a stratified society where you'd also have to let in old people, and you'd also have to let in, certain other people that don't have certain privileges or are struggling with life, kind of thing. So, you know, do you then say let anxious people with anxiety disorders? I mean, yes, I realize that's a slippery slope argument, but it is sort of antithetical to the idea of equality in our society to sort of say, hey, well, there's one section that we're going to privilege over everybody else. And I think it is kind of a privileged position to say so.
Yeah, more directly on the actual thing is that inherent sexism, which is weird when they're approaching it from a marginalized position and yet still showing sexism. Why, if children are sacred, then why should it be the mother with the child? Why not the father with the child? Why not the grandparents with the child? It should be about the child, not who happens to be caring for the child.
Right. That's a very good point. Yeah, absolutely. If it's a man struggling with a child, let him go to the front. Sure, absolutely. No, I think that's very, very good point, Amber.
Which I think is true and correct. Part of the reason that it is that way is due to the sexual revolution. That's something we can blame the sexual revolution for. Because young women who grew up not knowing what to rebel against have a frankly antinatalist and contemptuous attitude toward the sanctity of the family.
I'm sorry, the sanctity of the family. Well, I only hear this from religious people.
Attitude towards the sanctity of the family. What does that even mean?
Well, I think she's sort of saying, hey, some women grow up and think they don't need a family in order to have children and to, you know, live their lives and to be successful, kind of thing. And I don't see a problem with that.
So I'm slightly confused because I'm not familiar with the term. It sounds like a dog whistle to a specific group, but
religious, yeah.
She also specifically called out antinatalist views, which is, you know, I don't want to have children, and that's a valid life choice, you know?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like, so what the fuck is she actually talking about?
But no, what she said was an antinatalist view to the sanctity of the family.
Right.
That it's just oddly worded. I feel like I'm missing something there that's pertinent to her point.
It is a political dog whistle. According to an article from Medium.
Nice.
It has to do with the battle for parental rights, which in Florida specifically, but across the South generally, there's this growing political idea that families should have control over what their children are taught and what beliefs they're exposed to. Like, this is what caused the Florida book ban to be such a shit show, is because the way the law was enacted is if any parent objected to any book for any reason, no child could read it.
Is that really parents' rights at that point? One parent gets to choose for all parents?
Yeah.
Like, how do I have...
It couldn't be in the school because my child.
You know what? No, I'm not even going to get into that. It's a whole separate stream, and Florida's doing it with a lot of things. I think on my Facebook post today,
said it's gone
I posted.
Far, that's what it's from. That's what sanctity of the family means.
Right. No, it's a Miami-Dade parent that was complaining that, you know, she had to sign a permission slip for her child to read a book from a Black author, and that was the.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And it does
parents'
sound
rights, though.
It does sound like a religious tied thing as well, like sanctity of marriage. I only hear that from religious people. So, and they think that, right, because sanctity is sort of associated with some kind of holiness and sort of some kind of unassailable holiness and reverence. And I don't think families necessarily have that. It's just the religious people that believe that families have that. So you're right. A good call with the dog whistle, Amber. Very good call.
It doesn't occur to them. They
Sorry?
No, I just said thanks for looking that up.
They simply don't have the receptors to understand what it means to love somebody else more than yourself and to sacrifice yourself for them. And that
I'm sorry, they don't have the receptors. Like this is sort of, and I was talking about this on the debate, people trying to smuggle in scientific language to things that are completely unscientific, right? We make her for our friends more than ourselves. You can't just say you don't have the receptors. Like, what are you talking about? This is absolute crap. She's just talking nonsense.
Yeah.
is because as Louise said, this was primarily a technological revolution first that introduced contraception and then abortion on an industrial scale and decoupled sex from procreation. I don't know that I want to go back to recoupling sex and procreation strictly. That's not for me to decide. But there has to be, again, some middle ground.
Yeah, so she's basically saying, hey, I don't want to go back to before the sexual revolution when sex was inextricably linked to reproduction. And, you know, if you had sex, you were reproducing. She doesn't want to go back to that. So how do you say, well, the sexual revolution was a failure, but I don't want to go back to before it? How does that work?
Well, you know, it's a sin to have an abortion, but she had one.
Well, look, yes, she can still hold that position. Yes, it's annoying because it's hypocritical, but as I said, it doesn't make you wrong necessarily.
No, and it's true. She's not necessarily wrong in this case either, though
Right.
it sounds idiotic the way she phrased it.
Correct,
Because
yeah.
you can say, this benchmark I personally value. I don't want to give this up. But we failed to achieve our goals. This movement overall was a failure.
But she does, like, again, we sort of said in the first part that she was sort of fence sitting. And I think this is like, she really is fence sitting as hard as she can get. You can kind of, I just imagine, and this is just my opinion, but I imagine if you had to push her and say, do you want the sexual revolution or do you not want the sexual revolution? She would say, yes, I want it. I think that overall, it's done more good than harm. So what are we talking about here? If it's done more good than harm, as Maya was saying, if it achieved 50% of its goals or over 50%, then it's a success. So I think she's going to have a real problem sort of skirting that line of saying, hey, it's a failure, but I've gotten things that I want out of it. I think she's going to have a real problem saying that.
I don't know. I think that in the voting booth, she would say no.
What, if to go back to her not being able to have a career and not being able to, you know, get divorced and things like that? I'm not so sure.
I think you'd really have to lay out the points,
True.
which, you know, when people, and it's been like that with Americans, if you give them a broad category, they'll say no. But when you say, but what about this and what about this, what about this? And then they'll vote overwhelmingly yes for the category. And she's one of those people that you would have to do that. I don't know. People who think like her are the people that you have to do that with. So if you would just say, okay, well, do you think the sexual revolution wasn't that good? I think she would say no. But I think if you said to her, well, do you want to have control over this, that, or the other? I think it would be like, no, I agree with the liberals.
Well, it was interesting. I saw one thing where they went round and they asked people, you know, do you want to vote for Bernie? And they're like, no, I'm not voting for that guy. Then they asked people, would you vote for this and that, the issues that he had on his platform? And it was all yes. You know, the same people would vote for the issues that he's putting forward, just not him, which is just, it was so interesting to see. And, you know, I'm not saying, same with AOC, right? And I'm not saying Australia is any different. We probably do that as well. We vote for the person and not for the policies. You know, really, you should be voting on the policies, but hey, just get out and vote anyway, even if it is on the person. Like, seriously, just get out and vote. Just vote anyway.
do you guys look at the fact that mothers aren't ushered to the front of the line on an airplane or the breakdown in the family? Do you blame that on the sexual revolution, or do you blame that on other causes?
What?
I just think that's like shitty bureaucracy and bad manners. But like, I would also say, like,
well, she said shitty bureaucracy and bad manners.
Well, no, like, okay, well, women aren't ushered to the front of an airplane. That's shitty bureaucracy and bad manners. Like, we're either equal or we're not. Why is this a question?
Well, she's saying mothers, right? So people that have kids to handle and things like that. And I'm kind of
You can do that.
board.
You can do that. I did it as a mother. I mean, again, not just any mother. Like, if you have like a kid in a stroller or baggage, like it if you have special needs or need special accommodations, airlines will make accommodations for those. And and I'm for that. And we do that. What is this question? I'm sorry.
Yeah.
We are not far enough away. Like, the women who are not wanting to have kids watch their mothers grow up in shitty situations, watch their mothers be called just a homemaker, like watch their mothers give up their dreams, right? Like, it's like, I don't blame like millennial women and stuff. Like, I don't think it's just that like they don't care. It's like everyone is just like, oh my God, like literally half the people I know have like some like borderline personality mom. And it's like, do they all but like, do they like I think there's just like wider consequences here, and like second order effects of so many other things besides the sexual revolution. But like,
okay, she's a terrible speaker. I've just got to point that out. Like,
she did say that.
In that section.
Yeah. I think I get the point that she's making. She's saying that, hey, a lot of the antinatalist sentiment might be seeing their parents have children and really struggle in their lives, and they just go, nope, not for me. And that's okay. I don't have a problem with that. I think it's their right to choose whether they do want to do that. I don't think that perhaps in the post sort of the baby boom era may have been harder or may have been easier than some of the other generations. I'm not sure about that. I don't think I 100% agree with her, but there probably is some people. But what use is anecdotal evidence? This is just anecdotal. Oh, I know all these people with bipolar mothers and they don't want kids because of that. Great. That's just anecdotes. It's not actually. I like that the Sarah
to make people who don't want kids to be forced to raise kids, because how are those kids going to turn out?
This is anecdotal, but I do not. I can make a scientific case for it. But I don't know. I think I can't speak for Grimes. I don't. It was last week that I found out that she was a thing at all. But for conservatives in general, I think they think that all women are meant to be a mother. And once you look into that baby's eyes, you'll just want to raise your baby. And this is just ostensibly untrue.
Mm-hmm. And I hate to say it, I like Sarah Hayter's, approach more of using facts and data.
I'm sorry.
I like her approach more than just anecdotal evidence. I think Grimes made some good points, but this is just, it doesn't really have any bearing.
I'm not like sympathizing with the boomers a ton, but like the boomer women are like stuck in this, who are like a lot of our moms we're stuck in this weird uncanny valley where they were told to have careers and stuff, still all like kind of like left their jobs, were stay-at-home moms, and then told they were failures for that, and then kind of like went insane. This seems like a common theme. So I'm just like, I don't blame us for looking at that and being like, I don't want that. I think there's just so many other things besides just that like sociopathy or something.
Well, there's
Anna, if you guys are saying that,
than that,
I think so. Yeah.
So the waves of feminism, like they're all different landmarks. Like, first wave is generally considered the women's suffrage movement, and women got the right to vote. And then second wave was during the war years. All the men were gone. The women had to work in the factories. And then the men came back, and they told the women to get back in the kitchen. And the women were like, no, fuck that. I want to have my own job and make my own money. That was second wave feminism. Third wave was the sexual revolution. So it's not just that women were made to work and then told they were failures and this and that. That was like part of the entire feminist movement, was women have the right to work.
Right.
Oh,
Or,
and maybe Louise jump in.
Stay home to be with the kids. It's not, it doesn't make you a better person if she's one over the other. And it just, again, I don't dislike her. I feel her passion. I'm concerned that she's only speaking from her point of privilege. I don't see that she's really well versed on the literature, which is concerning. But again, but I mean, she has the same passion as the trad wife, right? The trad wife who wants us all to be happy, because we don't need to be doing men's work. They need to be out running the world. Us little women will just be happier in the house. And, she's speaking from her point of passion. So, I mean, I can't give her points for that either. I was going to say something. I totally forgot it because ADHD and my meds wore off. But
if it comes up, let us know.
I think that she said that she wasn't a good debater or talker or whatever it was, presenter. And I think that if she was
speaker, I think is the word she used. She wasn't a good speaker.
Yeah. Okay. Speaker, which I think she's a fine speaker. I think she's a bad debater. She needs to be better read on the topic that she's debating on. And I've had to do that. We're going to talk on this. Okay. I should brush up. And the last time I did that was on, it was a women's rights issue. It was on, the pay gap. And I'm like, I understand the last time I read up on this was like 10 years ago. Let me make sure that I'm delivering the best information for today. And, so I came to play. I don't feel like she did that. And I also don't feel like, I don't know. She seems like a novice debater. So, not even, I mean, again, I think she's a fine speaker. She seems like a novice debater. And
I think this is the only debate she's ever done. I think this is it. Because I've never seen her in anything else. And I think I do pay attention to debates, and I think I would notice if Grimes was in a debate because, I noticed this one and somebody sent it to me. I went, oh, it's Grimes. Yeah. So I don't know. I don't think she's been in any other debate. So I guess we should go easy
if this
on
is
her.
your no, this is a really big.
No, screw it. Yeah.
No, I mean, it's just if she wanted to just talk about the pay gap, there's so many people fighting for that. I'm like, okay, well, if this is your first time, whatever. We were talking about like a thing where in America they're trying to roll back the rights of all women. It would behoove any of us to be well read on the topic before doing anything publicly. I am not giving her a pass on not being well read on a topic for which she is on like public television. I'm just noting that it does feel like this is her first debate.
Yeah.
And
at
least giving that amount of credit where it's due.
Yeah.
If you guys are saying you don't actually know if you want to recouple sex and procreation, aren't you on their side?
I think we should trade. Grimes should come over here and I'll go over there with Sarah.
Okay, let's do it. Now I'll bite the bullet. So
yeah, bite the bullet.
I don't want to.
Sorry, Matt.
No. I was like, I don't think she needs to go to the other side. I'm totally with Grimes going over there, though. I'm sorry. You don't have to stop every time I say something.
We can't uninvent the pill.
No, I want to hear what you've got to say. So yeah, that's okay. It's all good.
Hi,
we're going to take ages in it. Ember and I, we're going to take ages in it. It's not a problem.
Before, I don't want to criminalize abortion. What I do want is women to act like the pill doesn't exist. I think that would be the best outcome because
Wow, that was lukewarm applause. Like, do we applause that? Yeah, they kind of like. Is she just on a slut shame rampage? Is that basically what she's doing? You know,
I don't know what she's doing.
Yeah, neither do I.
What we've learned is that the shredding of social trust and structures has been disastrous. I take Barry's point, I take Sarah's points. There are obviously enormous trade-offs in talking about a more authoritarian and more conservative culture than we have now, which, you know, is partly kind of what I'm agitating for here. I actually would like us to have a feminist culture that manages to survive. Because as Anna said, we have a profoundly anti-natalist culture. We have very low birth rates. Like, what we're actually headed towards at the moment is...
Look, you can see that Anna is kind of thinking about, do I actually agree with her? Like, you know, do I actually agree with this person? Yeah, this is weird. This is weird.
A progressive culture that lasts all of 10 minutes in human history because it basically breeds itself into extinction. And so if we are going to have...
Okay, first of all, you don't need high birth rates. You don't even need replacement population to have sustainability. But also, just the way she phrased that pisses me off, because you can't breed yourself into not having children.
Correct.
Those are contradictory concepts.
Well, you could say not breed yourself into extinction, but it's a slippery slope argument, essentially.
It's like,
It's
if every couple has only one child, on average, then we'll go back to the population we had in 1980, which is practically extinction.
It's not.
Right.
Like, we've got nearly 8 billion people on the planet now.
Yeah.
The human race is not going extinct from not having children. Mark this down, underline it. It is not happening. Like,
maybe 10% of people not having children.
Well, even so, even if 50% of people weren't having children, it still would be made up. The population would go down. We don't automatically go extinct when the population goes down.
Right.
Like, what about this says, oh, well, if we don't have children, then nobody will ever have children again? What kind of argument is that?
I mean, so as I sometimes mention and low-key brag about, my kids are pretty damn smart. And one day, my oldest and I were discussing in the front seat climate change. It was shortly after the U.S. pulled out of the Paris Accords. And my son pipes up from the back seat, and he says, whenever we discuss climate change, it's a coward's way of avoiding talking about our huge overpopulation problem. And he's absolutely right, because if we didn't have a population that we do not have the ability to sustain, we would not have a climate crisis. It's humans doing it because there's too many fucking people, and we don't have the resources to deal with it. I've mentioned before, and it's just one single example, but our entire agricultural capability is predicated on industrial fertilizer creation. We're pulling nitrogen out of the atmosphere, and that's fine. The atmosphere has shit tons of nitrogen, but it's a single process done by a very small amount of factories, and almost nobody even knows we're doing it, let alone how to do it. If something happens to those facilities, we lose the ability to feed over 6 billion people.
Right.
Because our population maxed out at 1.25 billion for 100 years until we discovered how to pull nitrogen out of the atmosphere in that fashion. All the billions of people we've added since then are 100% because of that one technological innovation. And that, like I said, that's just one example. It's not sustainable. We can't keep going up and up and up. We can't handle the people we have now.
Right.
Yeah, and I mean, Al's making a joke here, but I think he's got a good point. It's basically saying, don't have sex, but have sex. I think what they're saying is have sex, but only to make babies. And that is such a conservative religious talking point. It couldn't be more conservative religious if it dressed up in a freaking robe and went around holding a cross. Like, it just...
Yeah, I don't think they could, even if they actually did want to, because the entire thing there was that sex is a sin and it makes you a bad person unless it's for making babies, because that's what God wanted. Now that we've had decades and decades of people having sex and turning out to not be horrible people, you can't really make that argument anymore, you know?
Right.
We know better.
A culture that values, I like having a job, I like being able to go to university, all of this stuff, the basic second wave stuff I'm completely on board with. What I want is a culture like that also manages to still reproduce itself and still be pro-mother and pro-family. And the problem is when we're talking about things like,
who's not pro-mother and pro-family? Like, who's going, mothers are just deplorable kind of thing? I don't see many people on the left saying that. Right. What I do see
we need a
is
false dichotomy button.
Well, what I do see is people on the right saying these mothers that just have babies out of wedlock are deplorable. Like, so where is this rhetoric coming from? Because it's not coming from the people who are sort of, on board for sexual liberation and the sexual revolution. That's not where it's coming from. They're like, yeah, we still should take care of mothers. In fact, we probably should take care of them more because that helps.
I see what this is. This is a women have to be with husbands because that way we just say it's the husband's problem. We, as the conservative authoritarian power structure, don't have to provide for anybody.
Yeah, probably, which is what they want. They want to keep taking our money, giving it to the rich, and we don't want to have to lift a finger to do anything for those lazy poor people.
Speaking
that is what they want.
I may not have a false dichotomy button, but I can give Luisa the finger.
We could cut down on the military spending just a bit. Just a little bit. Just not have so many, like, frigging rocket launchers and drones and things that explode people into a million bits. It would be okay. No one's going to attack you.
How will defense contractors eat, Mark? God.
Oh, I don't know. They're going to have to, not have their fifth yacht have a barbecue with their friends on their fifth yacht. It might be a bit of a problem.
But I need my fifth yacht. That's my Europe yacht.
Okay. Well,
Betsy DeVos has a fifth yacht, by the way.
I want a boat.
Who does? I don't know. Who is that?
Oh, she's our former Secretary of Anti-Education.
Is that the what are they called? Those schools? The
charter school bitch.
Charter schools. That was put in charge of education under Trump's thing. The person that is privatizing education is put into the government position being responsible for education.
Yep.
And nobody sees a problem with that.
Half the country did.
Okay.
Which is why we voted Trump out.
Well, one of many, many, many reasons.
Well, one of the many. The reason that we saw that is the reason that we saw so many other things, which is why he had to go.
So we have emus, Earl. That's what keeps us safe. Nobody wants to screw with the emus. They're horrible. So, maybe we could send some emus over and then
no
you'd be safe.
human military has ever won a war against the emus.
That is correct. And we've tried. Believe me, we've tried. Okay.
Single mothers, I agree. The question is who exactly is going to perform this supportive role? Because the nature of motherhood is that you do actually need at least one other adult in your life supporting you because you are physically disabled in late pregnancy.
If only.
I kind of get where she's going with this. When you're very heavily pregnant, you kind of do need assistance sometimes with some things, but it's getting into very specific details, very, very narrow specifics. And that's not the same for all women. Some women are more affected than others. Some, like she's talking like it's always exactly the same process. Right. It's not. I don't know that's 100% true.
Yeah, so maybe we shouldn't be shipping so many men overseas, to fight wars that don't need to be fought. And maybe we shouldn't be shipping so many men into prison to keep them, because we promised that the private prison industry that we would maintain X, Y, and Z, cap, and to keep them funded.
Well, we also need to keep our slave labor population up.
Well, here's the thing. Like, it doesn't necessarily have to be a husband that does that. You can have family. The government can provide carers, but the right wing,
we can't
social programs.
Spend the money that goes to the government on things that come back to us.
Right.
It has to go to the rich.
And I have to point out, this is what Grimes is pointing out, some of these programs that help mothers who don't have that kind of assistance. So we're talking about a social safety net, that if you do get pregnant and you don't have a man in your life, you can have a way of taking care of you, your family, your children, without having to suffer in the streets, basically. But
that's the position of the left, by the way.
Right. No, I totally get you. But she's sort of saying, hey, there's this problem with you, you're basically physically disabled. Yes, we agree. So why don't we spend money on caring for these people instead of just saying, oh, it's the sexual revolution's fault? Because they don't have a man thanks to the sexual revolution.
Because if you blame it on the woman and then force her to stay married to a man, that'll just solve all the world's problems, because it's not like anything ever happens to the man.
Yeah, basically, Louisa, like many conservatives, is not thinking about the consequences of getting what she wants.
Right.
She's going to end up with one of two possible outcomes: either forced marriage, or we're going to go right back to that baby scoop business with unwed mothers being forced to go to Catholic maternity homes and give up their babies and shit.
Yeah, and I mean, she's married and has a son, I believe, and congratulations to her. But just because you have a really nice husband and takes care of you, doesn't mean all women have that and have not had that during the last century or so. Like, I feel like a lot of these panelists are speaking from a very personal, narrow focus rather than looking at social issues. So I'm absolutely agree with you, Maya. Very, very narrow. Well, how does this apply to me? Kind of focus.
Well, it's just I don't know if you ever heard about Nancy Reagan, but she's pivoted on a couple of issues, notably gay marriage. She was just vehemently against it until she had a gay child, and thank God she actually loved that kid. And she came around. And rather than a lot of the horror stories we hear,
didn't she add to the AIDS epidemic by sort of not?
Oh yeah, it's a gay plague, don't you know?
Oh, and Pinworm comes through with a $4 super sticker. Thank you, Pinworm. I'll look up what it is. It is a dinosaur being shocked. That is actually totally related. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Pinworm. I really appreciate it. And we have Jester use a readership chat. I'll get the name right one day, Jester. Trust me. It won't be today, but one day. Men are invincible. That's why we never live as long. There's a few reasons for that. But yeah, not seeking aid and medical attention when you so clearly need it. Yeah, I think that is part of toxic masculinity. You're absolutely right. And I think that, it's a problem. You got a lot of problems. But no, all hell man, perfect man.
Yeah.
Sorry, don't I have any other thoughts? I should just start blank.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
When I was breastfeeding in the early weeks, I was doing a 40-hour week just breastfeeding, right? You can't actually participate in the labor market as a new mother in the way that you otherwise would. You need other people to do that. And basically the question is this: do we ask people who we know, our family members, our friends? There used to be this kind of person who would provide you emotional and social support and pay for the baby and stuff. We used to call them husbands.
Really?
That's really sort of that's really dismissive and really I get what she's saying. Nuclear family, guy works, woman goes. Okay, so the last Prime Minister of New Zealand that recently resigned to concentrate on her family, she was an amazing leader, probably the best one they've ever had. It was Jacinta Ardern from memory. Amazing woman, strong, courageous, took firm issues on stances, and her husband was a stay-at-home dad because she was the Prime Minister of a freaking country, and I don't see a problem with that. I see no problem whatsoever with that.
Well, I mean, besides the fact that she didn't have a penis, right?
Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't expect her to, but if she does, I don't have a problem with that either.
Well, no, that's because you're not a conservative, Mark.
Okay.
Huge problem.
I'm actually
Women can't
kind of
run a country.
That Louisa managed to be both misogynistic and misandristic in the same sentence.
She's quite talented.
That's impressive. That's really, she's basically hated on the entire human race in the same sentence. That's impressive.
Oh, she's a misanthrope.
Nice.
I mean, it's just kind of crazy. We used to call them husbands. I mean, I'm gonna just shut up and scream quietly in my head.
And friendly reminder: the nuclear family was propaganda cooked up in the 1940s and 50s.
Yeah.
So one, the attitude that women can't succeed in the workplace has got to be put to rest and put a nail in that coffin. Number two, the stigma about men staying home and taking care of children, that's got to be put to rest as well.
Yes.
And I think if that's the case, then you don't have a point. Your entire point is, well, it's social convention that the woman takes care of the kids and the man works. So fucking what? It used to be a social convention that you could own slaves, for Christ's sake. Like, are you serious? That's not a reason. That's not a reason.
And it's only current social convention. Like, I mean, if you look across cultures over time, changes a lot. But we're not allowed to know that. We're only allowed to know what our pastor tells us to think.
Yeah, well, that's the conservative thing, isn't it? That's the way we've always done it. That's the way we should always do it. No, things change. Right. Just accept change. Yeah. Change will come. Like, it's inevitable. Just accept it. Embrace change. Oh, boy.
Do you want those people to perform those essential functions, or do you want the state to do it? Because those are the only options. There isn't a third option.
Wait. I have to.
Okay, Grimes and Sarah, 30 seconds each, and then I want to get.
God.
Yeah. Or do you want the state to do it? The dirty state.
Oh, yeah, the horrible state. They're just going to come in and start smacking babies around because that's what the state does.
Yeah,
right.
The state takes my money. I should get something out of it. I want free daycare from the state, just like I get free K through 12.
Well, it's
want me to work.
This kind of bargain, right? You pay the state to stay out of your life, to keep them from helping you because you're a proud person, and it would be shameful to accept assistance. In fact, you should pay more. You should tithe more. I mean, pay taxes more.
It's really more of a bribe, really. It's like, here, I'll slip you 20% of my entire salary if you'll just stay away from me. Unless my child is gay, or unless I'm Black, or unless I'm a woman, and or unless I want to read a book. Like, God, I'm sorry, Mark.
Well, the state will also do other things. So if you have a child with, say, learning disabilities and things, the state should provide someone to come in and assist you with that if you don't have anybody to assist you. It's not just single mothers kind of thing. If you have a person that is very, very low functioning, you have a son that's low functioning on the autism spectrum, for instance, they may provide extra assistance to help you with that. That is how it should be, regardless of whether you have two parents or one parent. Not all children need the same amount of assistance, which is why we get the state to help sometimes. It's not something to be ashamed of for the country that you belong to fucking take care of the people. That's not something to be ashamed of.
Literally what a government is for.
It's something to be celebrated. You know, it's something to be embraced as, hey, that's what the government is for. The government isn't to make your life miserable, you know, and this distrust of the government, I can understand it, but it's time the government started giving back to the people, not giving back to the corporations, because they've done enough of that already.
Right.
It's too much. Like, we've got to start taking care of people, not corporate entities.
It's really interesting. I haven't really heard them talk about people with special needs or what we should do with them. I'm assuming they don't care, but I'm based on how they act with abortion. I'm also assuming that they would say, if you really love Jesus, you wouldn't have a special needs kid.
Yeah, God's just testing you or something. Yeah, it seems to be very much the case, at least based on the experience we've had with these people so far, that if it's outside their personal experience, it's not something they've had in their own lives, it doesn't exist.
Right.
Probably, even though their states take more on government aid than democratic ones. Yeah. Oh, they're all about aid when it's them being helped, you know, like they're all about handouts when it's the corporations getting handouts, like Fannie Mae and whatever it was, you know, when we had the big financial crisis, they gave the banks tons of money.
Yeah, not the people. They let the people lose their houses and then gave the money that the people would have given the banks. Gave the money to the banks that the people should have given the banks. Yeah. But not to the people to help them keep their house. Like,
do you know how Australia got through the financial crisis with barely a wobble? Do you know what Australia did?
Please tell us.
They gave like $1,000 to every single citizen of Australia.
Yeah, because
that's how they got through the
what you
financial
should.
crisis.
Right.
Well, what happened was people went out and spent the money even before they got it, right? That kicked the economy into overdrive because everybody was spending, and that generated more money for corporations, and that's what got us through. And in fact, when the latest sickness spell that affected us all, that's what the American government did. That's why we got through that without a financial crisis. That's what they did. They gave money to everybody. That's how you recover from a recession.
Yeah, we gave money to the banks, and the people went into the greatest recession since the Great Depression.
Yeah.
Yeah.
After
but they didn't have handouts,
the financial collapse.
So, you know.
Yeah, but the Republicans don't like handouts. It's not the handouts they're opposed to. It's who the handouts are going to.
Exactly.
That they're opposed to. Yeah.
Exactly.
To the next question.
Okay, I
Sarah,
think that is a kind of an unfair choice that you're forcing us to make, because of course everyone would say you want a husband who loves you, but the point is that sometimes you have a husband who beats you, and then you do want the state to be there as a backup. That's what we're saying.
Yeah.
Grimes.
I just think that the easy out is like all employment, like instead of like ever should offer childcare. Like every job there should just be a nursery at every place anyone works ever, and like, you know, and not even because it's like, oh, like welfare state or anything, but just literally like it's good to have children around. It's good to like have them in the culture. And then like also there's a lot of old people.
How do I feel about this? There's productivity problems. I don't disagree with it off the bat. I think as a sort of perk for employees, it might be a good idea. Sure. I don't know having kids around while working is necessarily a good idea per se. I think it would have to be a crèche kind of thing where they're removed. Like having children in the workplace would be distracting, if nothing else. I think there's some people that would.
It's not viable, like construction sites,
correct,
waste reclaim plants. There's
well,
a lot of places you really don't want kids.
Well, in her mind, she's thinking about the traditional places women work. So in her mind, she's not thinking, hey, women drive trucks in the West Australian mines kind of thing, which they do. She's thinking, oh, in the office where you work in HR, you know, how is that supposed to work in a
nice little office job? Not for like, you know, any nurse, you know, really can't have,
right.
You know, I mean, it's just most jobs really, but you know, it's whatever.
Yeah, but I mean, in principle,
in
providing
principle,
some kind of childcare. Not a bad idea.
Right. Then you could get away with a creche situation. So one that, you have a centralized location for, say, a number of companies doing this, and you could take them there. So a childcare place where you could drop your kids off. But why is it that we're going, oh, no, we can't have the state help us with our children, and then say, well, I'm putting my kid into childcare? What's the freaking difference?
No, I mean, there's absolutely no difference between the state guaranteeing daycare the way they do kindergarten, or K through 12, with your tax dollars. And we wouldn't need to pay more taxes. We could just make the rich pay what they already owe. And we could fund, free pre-K, or a 2 years of in college, but for your associate's degree.
Okay.
Either or.
So Jason brings up a really good point here. Maternity leave, I think it should be compulsory that businesses and, the government, of course, give maternity leave.
Well, it depends
to
on what's.
employees.
I'm pretty sure all industrial countries have leave. Pretty sure. United States doesn't have paid leave, but we do have 12 weeks.
Yeah, no, I'm talking about paid.
Yeah. We don't guarantee paid leave, no. But we do have, if you say offer maternity, paternity leave, like they have to, like at least in the US. And I'm pretty sure that's true in every industrialized country. I mean, more usually in other countries, but that's neither here nor there.
People that are just like withering away and they all want to be around babies. And
No.
Okay.
No, old people do not want to all be around babies. Now, some of them get all grandparent and they're like, ooh, let me play with all the babies. But a whole lot of old people are like, keep the screaming beasts away from me.
Sure.
Yeah, no, my cousin was just in town. He was complaining that his dad would only watch his kid. Well, say watch, wanted to come around the kid once a month. And he's like, well, I have you guys are all out of the house. I want my life to myself. And I'm like, he was upset about that. But I'm like, I don't know. As a 16-year-old mom, I was like, oh, fair. But I mean, yeah, no, certainly. I mean, and even again, having worked in a retirement home, old people like to be around kids when they want to be around kids. They don't want it to be an everyday thing. It's lovely if her parents feel differently, but that's a luxury that not every old person feels.
And like from where I'm from, you have like, a crowded call center or tech office, or, you've got people working on computers and doing things. And it's incredibly frustrating sometimes when, you can't get things working and stuff like that. Do you really want screaming kids around at that point in time? Like I've seen people blow then just explode in the middle of a center. Like I've seen somebody stand up, swear at full volume and throw his headset across the room. Like this may not be a conducive place to have children. I've seen people break down into tears and in the workplace. It happens sometimes. You have some really bad days with some really difficult job and it just doesn't go your way and people have, problems. It happens. Which is why I'm sort of saying, hey, creche is fine. But it's sort of like you've got to remember that Grimes is kind of a musician and singer, and I'm not sure what her work experience has been like. But I get the feeling she isn't really familiar with most people's work experience. She's not really familiar with the life in the day of a retail salesperson, for instance, right? Like having kids running around is not conducive to their work day. It just isn't. I'm sorry. It isn't.
Or I mean, like, there's a lot of waitresses out there. You just can't.
Right. Okay, Carrie's bonking me. Hold on.
What's going on?
Yeah, just.
Hey, one of the things that you can't blame on bureaucracy or bad manners is porn. Okay, the late Andrea Dworkin, I saw a lot of people cheering when she came up on the screen before, said a lot of amazingly memorable things. One of them was this: the new pornography is a vast graveyard where the left has gone to die. The left cannot have its horrors and its politics too. And what she meant by it, of course, is there's no way to make feminist porn or ethical porn, that porn in and of itself is unethical and anti-feminist. Louise has said before that anyone who calls themselves a feminist cannot in good faith watch porn and shouldn't let their husbands watch it either. Sarah or Grimes, does either of you want to respond to that? Is porn...
Seriously?
Yeah, apparently so. I just have one argument for this, and that's like,
really?
You know, you have feminist women that watch some porn that's exclusively woman on woman, like no men are involved anywhere. So how can that be exclusively a man dominated thing? It's porn made for women, consumed by women.
I don't even understand what they think porn is. Now, I understand, I'm not saying all porn is good porn. I know that a lot of the whatever had to go through a major revamp because people were actually putting essay videos and uploading them without the women's consent, and it was a whole thing. And I'm not saying there's just nothing nowhere, that nobody's damaged, that but there's just very clearly just a normal work industry too that goes into it, and you can have ethical porn. Like that is 100% a thing. Unless your stance is that sex is inherently bad. I don't understand what that means.
Yeah, because there's things, OnlyFans, for one example, has given people the ability to control the entire production process of anything that they themselves are in. It doesn't make any damn sense to me that you could make that argument, but then even without that, you want to go back to the pre-internet days. Playboy magazine is run by a woman. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Yeah. Well, and plus, I think I agree with Maya. I think that even beyond the essay and the the really problematic stuff, I think that porn can give men and women unreasonable expectations about sex.
Sure.
I think there has to, if porn's a thing, and it is, I think that we have to be more educational about the difference between fantasy and reality. We have to say this is clearly a fantasized thing. It may not be what you experience in reality. And give reasonable expectations. But that comes with sex education, which the conservatives are opposed to.
Right.
So
but also talking to your partner, and what do you like? I know a lot of couples that porn is part of the experience,
sure,
in the bedroom. And it's consensual. So I think that it doesn't even have to be porn. Whatever, like, let's just say you're in your second or third wife, you're probably going to have a different sexual experience with all of those people. Let's say wife, second or third marriage. Women get married multiple times too. But to say that, well, porn sets unrealistic expectations. I think that anytime you're with more than one partner, you or even their first partner, you don't know what to go in expecting unless you're having these conversations. So you need to be constantly talking to your partner, constantly checking in, and it can change. You guys can get bored. You may want to try different things. And that's going to look different. And, to blame, I don't understand blaming porn. I've heard the arguments a lot. I even as a Christian, I didn't really get it. Couples need to be checking in with each other, having open and honest communication, and that's how you get past that breakdown. Everybody has expectations. My employer, my boss sometimes have unrealistic expectations about, how things should be handled. We fucking talk it out.
Sure. Yeah, no, and I totally agree.
Obviously not sexual.
Well, that's sort of what. So that's why I said it can give unrealistic. Like, if you think all women like this because that's what you've seen in porn, for instance, that's an unrealistic expectation. Not all women like the things that are in porn. You might think that guys will always do this thing, and it may not happen. That's what I mean. You can. I'm not saying that porn's to blame for that unrealistic expectation. I'm just saying it can. And yes, you're absolutely right.
I'm not trying to preach to you. Just yeah.
No. I get it. I just thought I would clarify when I sort of I want to stress the can part rather than porn is to blame for having. No, that's not what I mean at all. Sorry,
I feel like it's what she means, though.
Yes.
And more to the point of porn being somehow inherently anti-feministic, I suppose, for lack of a better term. It's true that unethical porn definitely exploits women to an extreme degree.
Yeah.
But that doesn't. Unethical porn is different. It's a conflation of two different subjects together.
Right.
It's like unethical movie production where you pay one actor $1 million and the co-star actress $1,000. That's not ethical either, even though there's no sex involved. And there's so much tied up in this business, but really.
Yeah.
It boils down to a double standard where they actually have a problem with porn and they're masking it under this unethical, uneven, unfair work environment thing. But because it's porn, it gets special attention somehow. Like there isn't a job under capitalism that isn't inherently exploitative.
Right.
That's true.
Part of the cost of the sexual revolution is even a bad cost.
Do you want?
Why don't you go first?
Well, we've had porn for a long time. Like we've had porn for like in the French Revolution and stuff. Like we've just always had porn. It's just like digital life makes it a lot easier to access it. But like this is like you can go look at like ancient sites. Like people have been drawing. Porn has existed for a long time. I still think porn is a little weird. I think it's kind of bad. I'd probably be happier without it. I wouldn't want my kids to see it. I think it probably harms relationships. But still, also we could be making better porn. Like literally like why is the script so bad? Why is the music bad? Like why are the cameras bad? Like beautiful cinematic porn. Like, why am I not seeing Antony and Cleopatra? Like with the Shakespeare, with like anamorphic lenses, beautiful, great acting. Like it could be good.
She makes a good point there. I will point out, however, there are production companies who do that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
She clearly hasn't been looking at enough porn, but
choice.
Why not make it good?
I mean, which is nice. I mean, I don't think she's really addressing the point, but I mean, yeah, we would all love good porn, but I don't think that, I don't watch movies anymore. I think they're all bad. And I kind of cringe whenever the boyfriend's just like, I'm bored, I want to do something, like, hey, there's this movie out, and I'm just like, okay. Like I go begrudgingly. I'd almost rather watch porn. I don't think that something not being my cup of tea makes it bad for society. And I kind of feel like that's the angle she took there.
I've never heard the argument for aesthetics for porn before. That's interesting. If nothing else, I can't say I disagree with her. I think there's a lot of like really crappy, crudely done porn that's just terrible. Like I kind of find myself agreeing with her. I think though when she said, "Oh well, for me, it's not like I think it harms more relationships." Again, I think she is just speaking from her anecdotal experience. I think it is, and don't get me wrong. If you don't like porn in your relationship, that's definitely a boundary.
Bad for your relationship. Yeah.
Right. If you don't like it, that's definitely a boundary you should set. And I would never tell anybody, hey, you have to lower that boundary. But that might make you incompatible with somebody who absolutely adores porn and thinks it improves their sex life. That may be incompatible and might be a sticking point, and you may need to either compromise or decide that the relationship won't work based upon that. But again, it's like Maya says, you have to communicate this stuff. Like, if you want to have that in your life, you shouldn't be hiding it from your partner and making sure they don't find out. That I do see a lot of men do. They kind of like, oh, well, I watch porn, but I don't let my wife know. And it's like, well, if she has a problem with it, then eventually something's going to give there. She's going to find out, or, you know, I just find that to be odd in a way. Like, why haven't you just discussed this early on, you know, been adult about it and said, hey, I like porn. You don't have to participate. If you have a big problem with it, that might be a problem we need to discuss, iron something out, or address in some way. I've done that with my wife when we were really early on in the relationship. I don't see a problem with it. I'm not hiding it from her. I'm being very honest about it. I like porn more than she does. She has subjects in porn that do nothing for me. It's fine. You discuss it and you come to a, you know, like, this is what we like. This is who we are. And if that's compatible, fantastic. If it's not, it may be a deal breaker. It may not, but that's why you talk. That's why you discuss.
Exactly. I don't know. People should act like adults more, I think. Just talk about stuff. It's okay. Talk about stuff. It's okay. Words, they come out of your mouth. It conveys the thoughts going on in your head. Other people
Words
hear
are
them.
hard, though.
And then you can, you know, come to a meeting of the minds. And you know what? If this person doesn't like it, there's another person out there that will, I promise you. God.
Yeah, and another person that won't like it either. And you can be happy with them and comfortable in who you are. It's okay. It's okay. But don't pretend you don't like porn. Get into a marriage, you know, spend 10 years together, have 2 kids, and then say, you know, you get caught with porn and say, well, I love it, you know, and then you're in a situation, right? Then you're in a situation where it becomes a huge problem and resentment builds, and it's just, Sorry, that's my rant. I'll shut up now.
I don't think we can top that. Sarah, one question for you.
Can I touch the porn? Can I touch the porn bit? Because I feel like it's I'm not here to defend porn either. I don't want to defend porn, but I think that this is one of those times where I kind of feel like, well, the sexual revolution is being scapegoated. I understand why people connect porn with liberalization of, you know, or destigmatization of casual sex. They're actually not related. And when you think about it for like a second, you will understand what I mean. There are many people around the world.
Sorry?
No, she's absolutely right there. Prostitution, for one, has been around forever. And
oldest profession. Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, I don't understand why this topic is here. It has nothing to do. I mean, unless they just don't like women owning the means of production. I don't understand why this is.
Maybe they just don't like women being able to gatekeep their sexual satisfaction or something. Maybe that's an issue for them. You know, who knows? Yeah. It's weird.
Millions, whole countries where there are no sexual revolutions. There's been anything like the sexual revolution, and they are watching ridiculous amounts of porn. Saudi Arabia has porn, lots of porn. Pakistan's watching porn. Egypt's watching porn.
They're watching American porn.
I mean, but that's because it was unlocked by the sexual.
So no, that's not true. It's not true because it's always existed.
It's not true.
Can I direct you towards what is
reality?
No, the Kama Sutra from India.
Right.
Can I direct you towards the Kama Sutra before the sexual revolution was even a thing?
Considerably before, considering the book it's made from inscriptions on a temple in India that is 1,500 years old.
Yeah, it was set down in the 2nd to 3rd century, so 100 to 200 AD or CE.
All right, so yeah, 1,800 years old.
yes, really.
I was thinking
old.
of cave art, like,
and before you say, sorry, go ahead.
Oh yeah, what we today call porn was just art back in caveman times, and you see lots and lots of cave paintings about humans mating. Was it culturally significant? Anthropologists, some of them have theories that it was like a portrait of a couple, like if there was a particular couple getting busy with it, it was like a signpost to the rest of the community that they belong to each other, so hands off kind of thing. But whatever the case, was it entertainment? Was it education? Whatever, it was there. It's been, as long as humans have been able to create images, there has been porn.
Yeah. I mean, if they ever actually read their book, they'd actually find a couple of prostitutes. This isn't new.
And plus, the stigma's largely being lost in places like the Netherlands, where being a prostitute is actually, I mean, it's not well respected, but it's not stigmatized like we do over in Western countries, the rest of the Western countries.
I know that in a lot of cultures there were temple sex workers.
Yeah.
So I mean,
this idea that
we're the ones that have this
porn,
puritanical view of like sex being inherently dirty. Before a lot of other cultures have just seen it be like this pure expression of love, of this give and take. It doesn't. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mark, I cut you off.
No, it's good, and like I absolutely agree with that. Like Japan has cultures around sexuality and sex and things. We like, it is actually an anomaly that we sort of have become repressive about our sexuality. It's kind of, and I mean, I am an atheist, and I kind of do blame the church, but I do blame the Christian religion partly for that. It is this repressive thing that says, no, you should be ashamed of your sexuality. You should be in a closet, closing up all your private parts so nobody can ever see it. And I think so the idea that it is, the sexual revolution, I think they've done a really good job in pointing out, hey, porn's actually been around before the sexual revolution. It cannot be blamed because it's been around beforehand. No.
Right.
And their argument to why it's pervasive now is because of technology, not because of the sexual revolution. And I think that they're definitely correct in that.
Yeah, but I mean, as long as technology would have been around, it's like she's saying, it's in countries where a woman would get stoned to death for performing these acts. So it's not like it can't just be technology. It's like, well, these men wouldn't want to watch porn if you dirty liberal whores, westernized whores wouldn't make it. I don't know that there's a lot of SA in those countries. I kind of feel like we're the women who want to make these videos are kind of doing those women a solid, but whatever. It's just me.
What has happened recently is that we have the internet and we have smartphones. If you go to Victorian England and then you give them the internet and a smartphone, they will have a thriving porn industry within weeks.
The revolution is parcel.
Victorian England did have a thriving porn industry. They were freaky people.
Oh yeah.
Package with feminism, liberalism, whatever you want to call it. And these are primarily, if not American, then at least Anglophone exports that go out to the rest of the world. Barry, why aren't we getting the interesting questions about porn?
Do you want one now?
Yeah.
Here's one right now.
I think I will defend porn. I think the big problem with porn isn't that it's exploitative or immoral or unchristian, though it may well be those things.
I feel like that addition at the end, although it may well, is really for her partner, like, because she's basically, well, I'm not going to defend porn while her partner just seethes, like the trad wife just sits there going, I'm sorry, I'm really being a bit of a bitch, I got to admit, but I feel like these two are, I feel like these two are not on the same page. Like they're just
No.
not on the same page. You know, like she's way more moderate than the other woman. You know, I really think so.
It's that it eliminates all the risk of sex in favor of like low stakes instant gratification. God doesn't want you to hear me. It's like phones, video games, whatever. It becomes like a surrogate activity for participation in real life, and it also becomes increasingly inseparable from real life. So,
are we applying that to sports as well? Are we applying that to skiing? Are we applying that to all hobbies? Like, where does this end? You know, like if somebody draws a picture, is that instant gratification with no stakes? Like, this is a silly argument, sort of saying, hey, anything that has no actual, you know, effects in real life upon your life is useless. It's not. Like, what's wrong with gratification?
Oh no, Jesus hates
Artistic
it.
expression, inspiration, imagination.
Sure.
I went in a slightly different direction. I was thinking superhero movies. Like,
Sure.
to say that the one thing becomes a substitute for the other and that's its only intrinsic value, you have to make the argument that these are all substitutable, and that means
Right.
that watching a superhero movie is a substitute for you actually going out and flying around the city and fighting crime, and that's fucking
Right.
ridiculous.
Yes, it becomes absurd. Yeah.
Well,
this is.
Sorry.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I was just thinking that reminds me of like old Christian beliefs where you weren't allowed to have happiness or any kind of gratification in this life, that you were to suffer so that you could have your greater rewards on the other side. And I remember learning about this in like middle school or something, but it reminds me so much of like those beliefs where you have like the 7 deadly sins, which are definitely not in the Bible, but you know, you anything that brought too much pleasure was carnal, and being carnal was bad, and sex obviously was in there. Like, it wasn't, you can't have sex with your husband unless you are trying to have a child.
Right,
if you've had all of your children, you still can't, you know, that part of, you know, companionship with your spouse should now be over, because you can't do anything for sheer pleasure. It has to be for a purpose. And I'm like, haven't we moved past this? Why are we trying to go back?
I can't even imagine how many sort of marriages that would be way better that thinking has ruined, you know, like sort of saying, hey, you've now got to stop sex because you're not having a child. You know, that bonding that you have with your partner, whoever it may be, that they've gone, oh, well, that's it. I'm not going to touch them again. It's like, how many marriages has that absolutely screwed up because they don't recognize the bonding experience? Baffling. But yeah, what year is it?
I think if you're going to argue against porn, it should be on those grounds, or else you're sort of just telling on yourself. That's my 2 cents.
Just throws her partner under the bus. Nice. Yes, you're telling on yourself. You heard it from your partner. Yes.
Louise, do you want to get into porn, or can I give you a different question?
I'll just say briefly that, like, Dworkin was completely bananas, but she was right about porn.
One of the things, I think one thing everyone on this stage has in common is
none of us would get
that.
I think it
derail,
was a feminist. Well, it was a feminist that criticized porn due to the nature of porn. So she doesn't want to agree with the feminist because obviously she's sort of a trad wife. But she agrees with the sentiment that porn bad. So instead, what she's done, she's completely bonkers, but she's right about porn. Which, I mean,
fair. From her position.
Well, I mean, that could be true, but it's not really adding anything to the debate. You know, it's really.
She wasn't going to add anything helpful to the debate, so
that's true.
That was probably apropos.
Yeah.
Get up here and make the argument that we should limit free speech because neo-Nazis and bigots also use speech. And I think you can make the argument that so too, should we not get rid of sexual freedom just because some people have bad experiences with sexual freedom? I would love for you two to contend with that a little bit. The argument seems to be that we need to somehow, although you haven't quite said how, restrict choice in some way, or at least re-stigmatize, or maybe bring back shame a little bit. And I just want to have you fill in that argument a little bit more, if you would. In addition to pretending like the pill doesn't exist, what are other things we should do, Louise, in addition to not allowing our significant others to watch porn?
I mean, I have a long laundry list of things I think the UK government should do, but this maybe isn't the venue for those. There's another, I think that the idea of, we don't really live in a free sexual culture, right? I mean, Sarah talked at the beginning about women in the past, before orgasms were invented, having painful, unwanted sex. Women are still having painful, unwanted sex. It's just having painful, unwanted anal sex. Like, that's basically the only difference. I'm serious.
Really?
What's she saying?
I think she's going for a have your cake and eat it too, but in reverse. Like,
does she know that women don't have to have anal sex? I don't.
Well, the reason that's happening is because of purity culture, because of the stigmatization on having sex and, early pregnancy and abortions are horrible and et cetera, et cetera. Young unmarried people are having more anal sex than ever because of the rise of people like Louisa who are saying, no, you shouldn't ever risk possibly having an abortion, but also only vaginal sex counts as sex, and all of this huge ball of bullshit. And then she's complaining about the culture that she created. Not her specifically, but the people she represents.
Yeah.
And also, if you're having painful anal sex, you're doing it wrong. Maybe watch some porn.
Lube, yeah. Get some lube. Okay,
Serious. Like, the number of teenagers who are having thoroughly miserable sexual experiences in the name of liberation is astonishing.
Where is she getting this from?
Thoroughly miserable. I feel like this is sort of a don't forget that she, and I looked into her, she worked in a SA clinic, protection clinic for a long while, remember? So she may be talking from her anecdotal experiences with talking with teens, right? That she probably sees the worst of that experience through them. So I feel like this is sort of, and here's the thing. Yes, there is a danger of, and I think, like I said, it may give them unrealistic expectations, but porn also might help in showing them how to enjoy sex more. Mm-hmm. So she's kind of working against herself here by saying, hey, teens are having miserable sort of unfulfilled sex. And it's like, yeah, but getting rid of the porn and the sex education and all the things that we do to teach people about sex is not going to help that. It's going to hinder it.
Yeah.
So I don't get her argument here, except that she's maybe sort of saying, hey, a lot of people have really unpleasant experiences. The sexual revolution has failed. Well, that's not a problem of the sexual revolution. That's a problem of, our culture in general.
Yeah.
I think we've basically just seen a flip. It used to be they were stigmatized for being sluts, and now they're stigmatized for being prudes. It's the same thing. The idea that we're experiencing freedom now, the idea that we could
actually freedom, both.
Yeah, that's like a no-win for women generally,
Mm. I mean, it used to be stigmatized for being sluts. I wish that was true.
Yeah, because that just stopped. Yeah, there's no more of that. Yeah, absolutely.
I heard about those days. Thank God they're gone.
Yeah, must be living in a different world.
Right.
So she's coming from she's coming from an idea that the sexual revolution has completely stopped women from being called sluts and being sort of denigrated for that, for being sexually promiscuous. That is completely incorrect. That is not the world that I live in. I don't know what world you're living in. You're living in perhaps an echo chamber where everybody's saying to each other, oh, women don't even get, shamed for being sluts anymore. That's not actually true. I wish it were true. It's not. I'm sorry. It's just, he's not.
Yeah. I've been on a couple of tangents today. I'm there with you.
Yeah.
Beings is that actually we are social beings. Sex is a relational thing. Like one's behavior and preferences necessarily impact on other people. There's a line from another Englishman, which I think about a lot, which is R.H. Tawney, the historian, who said, freedom for the pike is death for the minnow. And I think that what we're experiencing in our apparently freer culture is actually all that we've done is kind of cleared the way for a lot of pikes, which has produced the ruination of a lot of minnows, because that's actually how power operates and that's how freedom really operates. So I think she
really does believe it's a zero-sum thing.
Yeah. I think she's on board with the sort of Andrew Tate and sort of one pike gets all of the fish and the minnow gets nothing kind of thing. That sort of harem thinking that sort of pervades toxic masculinity.
What
areas.
she led off with, that declaration that the incels are right and the chads get all the bimbos or whatever the fuck.
I mean, I don't know why the sexual revolution is to blame for that. I just, it's very, very strange.
A question one more time.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
If you let women choose their own partners, then they're just naturally going to gravitate to the richest and most alpha-looking fucking whatever nonsense.
It's just funny, so rather than fighting for livable wages, we need to fight to, take away women's rights, get them out of the workforce and make them marry us, have no recourse but to marry us.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. That's the reason the sexual revolution was part of the feminist waves, was because this whole sexual repression nonsense was a lever to control women with.
Yeah.
And speaking as a man,
sorry.
Speaking as a man to other men, if you're having this problem, you could try not being a fucking asshole. Give that a try.
Yeah.
It might work.
That's exactly what I was going to say. I mean,
sorry.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not so much. I might have worded it differently.
You were going to say, speaking as a man, that's exactly.
I said I might have worded it differently, but yeah, you took my sentiments.
Yeah.
I can repeat it, and then I want to go to another one, but quickly. In the same way, I asked two things. The first thing I asked is, just as none of us, I don't think, would stand up here and argue that we should somehow restrict freedom of speech because bad people get to use speech, so too you can make the argument that just because some people have bad sexual experiences, you shouldn't actually restrict sexual freedom for those people. And I wanted you guys to sort of fill in a little bit your vision of the way we get back to sanity, the way we get back to morality, the way we get back to a world post all of these technological changes that you that you accept, in fact, that you agree have made your lives possible. Like, what changes would you actually want to see made? Louise has written about, go ahead.
I'm not convinced that the change will come from going around, lecturing young women on how to avoid our past mistakes. I think we have to teach young women to accept that what the previous generations of women have sued for has come to pass. With great freedom comes great responsibility. What does that mean? You have to take responsibility for your actions. You have to gain an intuition to take accountability. That means you have to have what Laura Kipnis called life experience. And unfortunately, a lot of awkward and uncomfortable sex falls under that rubric. So you have to kind of proceed at your risk.
Well, there is a workaround for having to make the same mistakes everyone who came before you made and learn from them. You could learn from the people who made those mistakes, which was the first thing she said we shouldn't do.
I was just about to say that. We shouldn't actually give you history or sex ed. You should just. Holy crap! Why? Why?
Yeah.
We're not going to teach architect students how to build a building based on our past mistakes. We're going to make them start from scratch and build building after building that fall over until they figure it out.
Yeah.
That's the best way to do things.
I don't think she's actually on board with everything on this side. And someone in chat, I think it was Jason, called her a debate mercenary. And I think that's actually pretty accurate, that she's been paid to be here. And she's only tangentially in on the thing. Like there's only 1 or 2 points she actually agrees with. So it's kind of baffling. And I'm so sorry, guys. I actually had this on normal playback speed all this time. So we could have been through this so much faster. So I'm so sorry. I honestly didn't realize.
She gets no credit. She said the thing. I'm holding her to it. Like I can't come on here and be like, hey, I'm getting paid to throw all trans women under the bus. But I don't really mean it. She can go fuck herself.
Yeah. Like you, if you're still doing the thing, you're still doing the thing. But also, tangent, Mark, how the fuck do we get paid to do debates? Like, where does this? We've looked these people up. Louise actually does have a book out, but aside from being an author, she's not terribly well known. And to be a successful author, you pretty much need to have a huge platform. I don't know about Anna. Grimes, I'm not sure how she got involved because she's a music artist, whatever.
Like they couldn't find anyone else on the planet to have this conversation in particular.
Apparently.
I mean, I feel like any journalist could have had this conversation better. But
literally, take a woman from MSNBC, a woman from Fox News, a woman from CBS, and you'd have a much more informed debate at the very least.
My feeling about it, how do you teach young women to take responsibility for themselves?
2 last questions before we get to the closing statements. One of the people that I spoke to in advance of tonight's conversation is Richard Reeves. If you guys haven't read his book of Boys and Men, I recommend it. And he said this to me, which I thought was amazing. From a classical male perspective, the sexual revolution cannot go far enough. In other words, the sexual revolution suits men. It suits men in its detachment of sex and love, in its detachment of childbearing from marriage, in its normalization of porn. So, in their fight to free
sexual revolution.
That's not. I think she's just saying, hey, that's what the book says. The book's wrong about what the sexual revolution's goals actually are.
Yeah. That is not
women.
Sorry, it's not what feminists want. Like it's just equality, and to not be shamed for doing the same thing that men do. Like that. Mm-hmm. Now I know there's a lot more bullet points if you look at anyone's platform, but like at the end of the day, feminism, sexual revolution, it just was equality. And to say that like, oh well, it suits men because men don't want. Well, I mean, I'm sure some do, and some women do, but like just casual sex and no strings attached, anything, and like to have like just children everywhere, and the women are just like, oh, I'll take care of it. I don't need you. This isn't the goal of society at large, or even like the overwhelming majority of most people do not want this. We just want to be okay if, God forbid, something happens to the man, to be able to like take care of ourselves and his children. Holy shit. What? I'm sorry.
From a terrible reality, did the people who pushed the sexual revolution misunderstand what women really want and need? Or does Richard Reeves have it wrong that from a classical male perspective, the sexual revolution can't go far enough? Is it caricaturing women's sexual desires to say that?
I'd question the premise a little bit. I don't think that it's a zero-sum game. I don't think that's something that, even if it was true that this was sexual revolution was really amazing for women and really bad, really amazing for men and really bad for women, which of course I disagree with. I think it's been pretty good for women, all in all. Even if it was pretty good for women and then spectacular for men, I think that's a win. I'm still for it. I think that would be a great outcome. I think a lot of the problems that we are seeing with modern society, a lot of the problems that we're discussing here today are very much tangential to the sexual revolution, if they're related at all. There are broader problems about liberalism and about choice in the modern excess sense of the word, in the McDonald's sense of the word, that we just have too much of too many good things. That's a technology problem, that's a progress problem, but it's not something that can't be overcome without, with some education, some open dialogue and discussion. I mean, we can poo-poo it all we want, but it's not a real solution to be saying, well, progress is a problem, choice is a problem, but I'm not going to talk about what I want to restrict because I don't actually want to restrict anything. I mean, it's not really something we can move forward with, and we should be looking forward to finding a solution.
I agree. I think that instead of sort of framing it as, oh, well, in actual fact, the leaders of the sexual revolution were working for men kind of thing. No, I think that the sexual revolution, they did sort of accomplish some of what they wanted to accomplish, and that it was headed in the correct decision, just because of technology and all the things that she pointed out. Problems arose that they didn't anticipate, but that doesn't negate that, what they were doing to get equality for women in the areas of sex and liberty kind of thing. I don't think that negates it. And she's right. Even if it is better for men, why is that a bad thing? If it's better for women as well, it doesn't matter. This isn't a race. This isn't a war. We don't go, oh, well, if women are better off and men are better off, then we can't have that. Why is that a problem?
I'm reminded of some of the aftermath of the civil rights movement. And I forget who the fuck wrote it, but it was Stephanie Helms would know. But the TLDR was that a bunch of the white racist people, they had to eat their words, because they predicted that if black people could vote, if black people could, do the same things white people could, it would be the end of society. And it turns out that with greater equality, it wasn't just better for black people, it was better for fucking everyone. Everyone benefited.
Mm-hmm.
Like, oh no. And so to pose it this way, it'd be like black people saying, oh no, we have to go back to Jim Crow because this thing that helped us also made life better for white people.
Right.
How ridiculous.
Right.
Do you guys think the sexual revolution was basically, if not intentionally, but in practice, engineered to suit the desires of men and not women?
Louise has very convincingly argued this point, but I myself am not so convinced. As I said in my opening statement, there was realistically only...
That felt like a backhanded compliment there.
Why can't you just agree with me for this debate? just agree with me for this debate. She doesn't agree. She shouldn't be on that side. She's not.
No.
Isn't.
Yeah.
Like
somebody else was saying, like Rachel Maddow versus Ann Coulter would have been able to, have them on and duke it out. But I mean, there's so many Ann Coulter types. Why her? I don't understand this lineup at all.
Where is that? Yeah. I agree. They could have had that. There's a number of people they could have had that are very well spoken woman speakers. But hey, that's what we got. So we got. Look, I'm mostly doing this because Grimes is in it. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I mostly am doing.
No, I'm not questioning the video at all. I do find this fun, but
maybe this is the best they could get, which is just horrifying. But
I'm assuming that.
I know. I'm
did they decide
severely
they were
shook that on a personal
like they were
level.
Just going to do that this morning, and then it's like, you guys,
Yeah, just who's in town.
But this is why I sort of say, hey, get into debate. You can do better than this. There's this is a really average one. So I wouldn't even say it's that bad. It's pretty average, like it, and you have that with male debaters as well. You see a couple of like, this is the best guys they could get, really.
Yeah.
I mean, I had Nadir on last year, and then like I actually said during the debate, I'm like, yeah, I'm really sorry, mate. I feel like I'm really punching down. Like, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it nastily. I meant very sincerely, because he's like, oh, none of the atheists could face me. Why does not Matt Dillahunty not face? I'm like, yeah, well, Nadir, I feel like I'm punching down. Like,
yeah.
Yeah, I've seen Nadir debate before, and it's not good.
Oh, yeah.
But there is good news. It's not technically a debate, but you will get to see Maya face off with some less than skeptical individuals on Monday.
Ooh, nice. What's Monday?
Yeah. Well, since you're asking, I'll be on the line with Shannon Q on Monday.
Nice. That's awesome. Yeah, I love it. On the line, cool.
Yeah, very cool. I'm super envious. You get to hang out with Shannon. She's
I love
just
Shannon.
Brilliant.
She's amazing.
Yeah, I was shocked that they were going to put me on with her, but honored.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely. I think you'll do fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I might even watch. I usually don't watch the line. I don't know why. I don't think it's in my time frame, but I'll see if I can catch it and cheer from the audience.
Yeah, I want to say it's 7 p.m. Eastern, so that is, I've never. I don't know if that's
I'll find out.
Your
I'll find
time,
out.
But yeah.
Yeah. Well, I'll find out, and I'll see if I can sit in the audience and be a problem.
A very short time before when men could enjoy kind of an unlimited free for all of like loose tail. Now it's very clear that we've gone back to this kind of almost prehistoric situation where like women on dating apps compete for like the 20%, like top 20% of like alpha males, and the rest of the men are like incels or betas or whatever.
Really?
Yeah, that's not actually a thing. Like alpha and beta kind of stuff is like, it doesn't even apply to wolves, much less humans. Like it really does not.
Yeah, for one. I mean, it's just not a thing. We could start. Yeah, I'm sorry, Mark. I don't mean to cut you off. It's just like, I can't believe this woman is really, it's like she just binge watched Andrew Tate, and then they were like, get up there.
Yep. It's a problem. It's a problem. Oh, thanks, Ember. Thank you so much.
Oh, thank you, Ember.
I don't think men are having a particularly easy time of the sexual revolution either. You look at like the statistic.
Well, it's not really for them. That's the thing. It's not really for them. There might be some tangential benefits, but it's not really for men. So I don't know why you would sort of go, hey, the sexual revolution hasn't been particularly easy for men. But it's not actually for them. They could already go out and get jobs and, do all of these things. I don't know why we would be. I don't know why it would be.
Yeah, I mean, when men were running society, they set up a society in the way that they wanted it. So women said, this doesn't work for us. We want a seat at the table.
Yeah.
And again, feminism is about equality of the sexes, but yeah, somebody's going to have to like scoot over. And it's not necessarily for or against men, but I mean, did you really, and I understand that people are going to be upset that they couldn't have, that they're losing their seat. But if you really weren't the best person to have that seat, do you deserve it? I get you be a butthurt, but again, you didn't deserve it. You had to push somebody and impress someone to get it. You don't deserve it. So you can either work harder to get it the way the woman had to. Do something else, but like nobody's saying that you have to just go away, die a slow death. There are other things, there are perhaps other things you're suited for.
Yeah.
I just, I don't know. But I mean, it has to be fair. And you liking it isn't a requirement of fairness.
men overall. More men are single today. Many of those single men are living with their parents. Their incomes are depressed. Their outcomes are depressed. Their lives kind of suck.
Oh, those damn
yeah,
women.
but the problem is, before women could have careers, their income was depressed to exactly zero. So, you know, what are we even talking about here? You can't say,
the poor
hey,
men though.
The poor men, yeah.
Well,
yeah.
someone please think of the men.
And the thing is, like, it's kind of like, well, if you have a man who's abusive, or, you know, we're basically saying, hey, he no longer has a right to that woman as a spouse, or he no longer has a right to do whatever he wants. I'm sorry, I cannot work up the sympathy to go, oh, well, that person seems to be an incel and they can't get you know, a partner. Well, I'm sorry, but that person who's abusive doesn't deserve a partner. Like, she doesn't deserve to go through that. And vice versa. I'm not going to, you know, a woman that's abusive towards a man doesn't deserve that partner either. Because I'm not going to say it all happens in one direction. But, like, that's what we're talking about. We're talking about a systemic system where the woman cannot leave that man and has no rights and has no income. Come on. I don't like this. I really don't like this.
The other thing is, like, what happens when you de-incentivize normative expressions of male sexuality and make them punishable by, like, classically feminine modes of like reputational damage or character assassination. That also selects for freaks and perverts and guys with humiliation kinks.
What is she trying to say?
She's trying to say that normal men who, like, flirt or I don't know, do you use the crack onto a girl? That's what we say in Australia. Like, they make a sexual advance towards a girl, will be afraid to do it. So then it will be all of the perverts getting the women, essentially. Counter to a previous statement that they're all staying home and you know, they're incels in their houses. Instead, it's now they're out getting all the women. So I don't know what she's saying.
And heaven forbid the women ask the men that they're interested in out. No,
that's another option. And there's a way to have a sexual advance without sort of being creepy and weird about it. You know, you can say, hey, I really like you. I really think you're attractive. Would you like to go out sometime? And if the girl says, oh, no, you just go, no problem at all. No problem at all. Not a problem.
No. We live in a world of dichotomies. It must be one or the other.
Maybe we can go back to, like, before the 1950s. Maybe we can go back to, like, the 1900s, where you come up and you go, I like the cut of your jib, madame. You know, maybe we can do that.
Everyone had fancy hats.
And I might add, there's definitely, like, contextually that kind of behavior. There's places for it and there's places not for it. So even what I said is perfectly acceptable if you're out, you know, socializing and things. But if you're in a workplace, it's not acceptable. But this is the stuff we've got to educate people on, because, you know, I wasn't educated enough as a young man as what's acceptable and what's not acceptable kind of thing. And we've really got to educate people on consent, how they approach, what sort of sexual advances mean, how they really should be conducted, so you are not threatening and don't seem like you're about to, you know, hit a woman over the head and drag her back kind of thing. Like, we have to address this problem.
Right.
Anyway, yeah, I'm tangenting again. Tangents in the chat. Thank you.
So I think overall the situation is not at all to the benefit of most men.
Okay, last question before we get to closing arguments. I want 30 seconds from all of you. As Grimes mentioned in her opening statement, you're not just for incredible women, you're also moms. All of you have young children, as do I. And I wonder if we could close on a question just about the future you want to leave for your children. Not to make it too cheesy, but I'm curious. Louise set that out pretty clearly in the end of her book. She says, listen to your mom, which maybe will be her answer here. But what is sort of a healthy sexual culture that you want your children to live in? I would love, Louise, to start with you, and let's just do a quick round robin, 20 or 30 seconds each.
I don't have any I basically think that most grandmothers are pretty much right about all of this stuff, and you can ask any given woman in her 70s or 80s, and she'll probably give you a fairly good answer to this. You know, we have conducted a very radical social experiment. I mean, it had to get conducted on us, really. It's just a consequence of material factors, really. No one designed this, really. You know, Hugh Hefner really enjoyed the sexual revolution, but he didn't really engineer it. And I think what we're experiencing, what I suspect we are entering into, is an era of reconstruction, an era of people realizing that actually trying to have a kind of vacuum in place of a sexual culture doesn't work, and a process of reconstructing from first principles what our grandmothers could have told us if we'd bothered to listen.
What world do you want your kids to grow up in when it comes to the sexual culture?
I mean, I just hope they really like the people they're dating. I hate to, it's a tricky one. I just feel like we're gonna have AI girlfriends and stuff. Like, it's gonna be so crazy by then. Like, I can't even fathom. Like, I feel like everything we're talking about now, like, we're not even women might be obsolete in 5 years. Like, just to be clear.
Are you kidding me?
By the same token, men are already obsolete because, you know, there's battery operated boyfriends.
What the hell?
Operated girlfriends as well.
Where did she get this stuff from?
This is weird. This is overall, it's got to be one of the weirdest debates we've ever covered. Like, Louisa doesn't have an answer. It's go ask the old people.
Yeah.
And now
Grimes is
just AI, all over the place.
AI will take over the world, no longer need women. And it's like, so I don't think anywhere into the near future that any kind of artificially constructed thing will supplant relationships between humans.
Yes.
Whether they're man and woman or man and man or woman and woman, doesn't matter, right? Or intersex and somebody else. It's the connections that we have, and sex is merely the bonding of two people. It's a bonding thing that you get close to them. So I don't think that any of that will suffice for a replacement. Really, the things that you're talking about, Ember, they take care of the urge, basically, the sexual urge. They don't actually replace relationships, not unless you're really lucky, you know. Or you have a special kind of kink, I guess. I'm not going to shame anybody. But I think that sort of women will be obsolete is absolutely ludicrous. Ludicrous.
I mean, it makes about as much sense as like the people who are like, oh, AI is going to take all of our jobs, and people are still going to want to.
It would.
Right. People are still going to want to get have an actual companion, have children. Like it's not, you know, I'm going to need to see more than I'm seeing right now, because right now I think that people just need to work on their social skills a little bit more, but I don't see AI taking over like that, at least not in the foreseeable future. I could be wrong.
I don't see it. I see menial stuff being taken over. I don't see more complex stuff, not in the near future. But maybe thousands of years down the track, who knows? But certainly not in the near future. I think like all technology, I think the predictions of it being like, they always predict technology is going to be more capable than it is, and it's always the technology that we're unaware of that hits us from the side, kind of thing. This is what technology's always been like. You know, it's like everybody said, oh well, the computer will render, you know, traffic controllers obsolete, and then the mobile phone hits us from the side, kind of thing. You know, like it's never what we think it's going to be. So yeah, I totally agree.
I hope not, but you know, I hope living women still have a chance in the future.
I just hope that my son can feel confident and secure in his masculinity, which in turn will make him act honorably and with respect toward women.
None of the sexual revolution takes that away. None of it does. In fact, it fosters him being respectful towards and honorable towards women. Like, that's what it fosters, because that woman has certain rights and freedoms that she has in to be able to choose whether she likes your son or whether he's a complete bastard. I don't see how that's a bad thing. You're on the wrong team.
And that probably comes down to listening to his grandmother and also me, his mother. Grimes mentioned early on about a return to more kind of communal arrangements, family living arrangements, which freaked me out because, we have that famous statistic of, that children living with one genetic parent and one step parent are something like 40 times more likely to suffer physical abuse. So you can imagine that the numbers probably either stay the same or go up for sexual abuse. And you can imagine how that scales when you're living in a weird Bushwick trap house. But nice. On the other hand, I really do like the idea that she brings up that other feminists have argued for, which is the idea of a return to an extended clan.
Sarah?
I like that. Yeah, return to an extended clan, I think, is a great solution to a lot of problems. And there is a way in which modern society can facilitate it. Very, very modern. I mean, work from home saw a lot of people return literally back to their hometowns and spend more time with their families. I think that was wonderful. That's one way in which you can have a modern society with some choice and go back to the things that make us strong. I hope my son is able to, experience the world openly, but also, choice is wonderful. I've been arguing for choice this whole time, but I think it really isn't enough. And I think that's what we're facing here today, and what we're talking about. It isn't enough. And I hope he's able to, discover a little bit of what could give life meaning. I think that is family. I think that is community. I think that is something we can prioritize while allowing us choice.
Thank you so much. Okay.
I like that. I do like that.
Pluses and minuses. The go back to your hometown, or better yet, never leave your hometown. That's there's a lot of problems there.
No, what she's talking about is the e-commute, right? So during the sickness that is not to be named, we had this e-commute happening where people were working from home and electronically connecting. Now, like we pointed out in another, like having creches and stuff, that doesn't work for everybody. A retail, person isn't going to be able to do that kind of thing. But I think it is correct that she's pointing out that we have modern technology to allow us to, or allow women to have both a career and be there for their children, even if they're a single parent. I think there is merit to that argument. Like, we can overcome these problems. I think that is meritorious.
Sure. I mean, I agree with you. I don't even know if I can agree with anything that they're saying, because I'm not really sure what they're saying.
It's tangentially related to the actual question at best, but
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, round of applause for all of our participants. Okay, now, if this is possible with the people manning the time clock, I think we should put 1 minute on the clock for each of these closing statements, because I know we're super behind. If that's not possible, we will try as much as we can to keep it to 1 minute. So each of you is going to have 1 minute, maybe a minute and a half.
Come on.
So I'm going to make the provocative argument that I think that social guardrails are actually a good thing. I think that social norms are actually a good thing. I don't think that we can have a cultural, moral vacuum and expect it to last very long. I think we should expect probably worse and more chaotic things to fill the gap. There are always going to be outliers. There are always going to be exceptions. There are always going to be trade-offs. I think a fundamentally tragic outlook on life is the correct outlook. But my argument is that I think that if you are going to live a radical, subversive life, like the 1960s children tell you to, you should have an extraordinarily good reason to do so. And actually, most people will fare far better by obeying the wisdom of just being a boring normie and trying to get married and trying to have kids and trying to live in suburban stability and affluence. Like, the vast majority of people actually fare best if that is basically the aspiration, and we don't just try.
Have you tried just being rich?
Yeah.
It took me a second. I'm like, she can't, I must be misunderstanding what she's saying.
Have you
Holy
tried not being
shit,
poor?
bitch.
Have you tried just not being poor?
Yeah, just try even being middle class. I don't
Yeah.
know why you won't get a decent job.
Just buy a house in suburbia and have a family. Like, it's easy.
Yeah.
Wow.
And tear things down every generation and hope for the best.
Sarah.
We're not really feel like we went off course, and we're not really.
Oh, you think? Yeah, you think?
Discussing the sexual revolution anymore. And if we, if this is what it is, that we have a lot of gripes with modernity, we have a lot of difficulties and challenges that we're facing today that are unlike anything we've experienced before. I think it's normal to feel dissatisfied and to feel like we were promised something maybe that we haven't yet achieved. I think that those feelings are normal and those feelings are good. But I also think that we have a really exciting challenge ahead of us. We have, for the first time been able to, achieve some really incredible things. Even the sexual revolution, even control of our fertility is incredible. And never in the court, I don't know, there's no animal that has ever achieved anything like this. This is a scary thing. And of course there are downsides. It's been 50 years. I think we can improve on this. I think we can build a better future. And the proposition today is whether we should keep what we have, keep the sexual revolution and build on it, fix it, improve it, yes. Or whether we should go back, or whether we would prefer to live in a world where it didn't occur at all. Thank you.
Thanks, Sarah.
I mean, I don't know that. I don't really know what was promised, but you always have to fix and improve things. I don't know that you can have everything just perfect out of the box. So, we were asking for, nice things like, hey, can we have our own bank account? And hey, can we have our own, can we have a place at the table in the workforce? And they're like, yeah, sure, you can have all that. But, we're going to, oh, wait a minute. We didn't know you were going to sexually harass us. Okay, now we need stuff for this. And, there are going to be things that pop up because, if we had just said, hey, we want to work without being sexually harassed, that would have been a whole uphill battle. Like, oh my God, do you think men are just this, that, and the other? Like, we're just trying to make sure, oh no, you women don't, either don't get anything or you're being too emotional. And it ends up hurting you, but you can't know everything that there is to know going in. You have to ask, you get, and then you tweak as you go along. I don't disagree with anything she's saying, but she hit on something that I wanted to say earlier and I forgot about, where it's just like, well, you guys keep asking for stuff. When is it ever going to be enough? And it's like, well, you do understand the goal is equality, right?
Yeah, but it is still open-ended kind of thing.
Yeah.
We always work on our society,
yes,
because that's sort of how we connect to our environment, and our environment changes. So even far into the future that I'm thinking of, like, our environment will be different and our needs will be different, and then our societies will be different to reflect that. So it's not a, oh, we're finished, we're done, society is perfect. I don't think there is a utopia. I think there's just, like evolution, it's just changing for the environment and what we need at the time. No, I like that, Maya, I really do.
And I mean, again, they're coming from a point where, there's this perfect God who made this perfect world, and he put us in our perfect roles. And, we were already in our perfect roles. And you didn't like that. And you didn't like being perfect. So now you just keep asking for stuff. Don't you know that you're never going to be happy because, you're not in your place? It kind of feels
hurry
like
up and die so you go to heaven, then you'll be fine. Then it'll be perfect. Sure.
I'm sorry.
I also liken it to any kind of technological revolution. Like, for instance, the car revolution, where we replaced horses with cars kind of thing. And for the most part, it's way better. But then we have pollution issues, and we have, pedestrians being hit issues, and all these other issues that come up. How do we maintain highways and things like that? It's like saying, well, the revolution of transportation revolution's bad because of all these problems that came up. That's not necessarily, I think that's what she said, and it's a very good point. Or problems always come up when we have revolutions, always. it's not unusual. The computer revolution, you could, people don't know how to do maths that well anymore. People don't know how to do this. Yes, but the advantages far outweigh the disadvantages or the problems that came up. Sorry, do you have something to add, Ember?
Oh, I was just going to say that the priorities shift over time.
Mm-hmm.
Like, in the 1920s, it was, infant mortality rate. Nobody talks about that anymore because we've pretty much solved that problem. As we make things better, we move on to the next thing to make things even better still.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, it's a weird thing that Sarah was complaining that we're so advanced, no animal has ever made it this far before, at least that we know of. And well, yeah, that's sort of, it's both the point and how we're here to have this conversation. And that's true for every generation. I mean, unless you want to go back to the Dark Ages when it was just generation after generation after generation of serfdom. Mm-hmm. Every generation has new challenges because we keep advancing.
No, totally.
Out that we're all boy moms here, except for Barry, right?
I'm a girl mom.
Nature is healing itself. That's how we combat the ill effects of the sexual revolution. I had to do a lot of.
I feel like she's being sarcastic again. I feel like that's sarcasm. Am I right?
I'm gonna have to go with that because holy shit.
I'm sure she's being sarcastic.
Mental gymnastics to get where I am today, arguing against the sexual revolution. It's hard to deny that the sexual revolution has been a great success for me personally, and also in the way that it played out in the culture at large, though those things often come into conflict, especially as a mother trying to keep her child out of the clutches of rabid ideologues while making sure not to indoctrinate him too far in the opposite direction. Still, it would be hypocritical of me to blame the sexual revolution for everything. Instead, I'd like to blame liberals, particularly the intellectual dark web, for pretending to offer a heterodox alternative to wokeness while actually siding with it every single time. A question that kept coming up.
I feel like she's just not even on the. She's all over the place. Holy crap!
Yeah,
I think she's trying to actually.
I don't even know what to say to that. Like,
she's not with the conservatives, really.
Sure. I mean, you know what? Fine. I will speak for all liberals and take credit for the entire sexual revolution. And thank you. We worked hard.
Yeah.
Fuck you. I don't know what else to say to that.
No, I'm with you, Archer. I totally agree. I totally agree. It sounds like she's sort of just, I'm here for the check. Let's have a bit of fun, people. It's just okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
Again and again, for me, is do I think of myself as sex positive or sex negative? When Dasha and I first started the pod, I simply assumed I was sex negative because all the sex discourse we were hearing was so off-putting. But if I'm being honest, I'm actually sex positive. I think sex is cool and fun, and it's too late to go back anyway. So terms like sex positivity and sex negativity really have about as much meaning as liberal and conservative. The sexual revolution,
which you just used. You just said the liberal. This woman's baffling me a bit. I
think she's just burning her clock.
Right.
I don't know, or if it's some kind of shtick that she does. I don't know. I mean, if it is, well, good. You've definitely confused me. Okay. Like if you're up there to confuse and kind of make statements that really make somebody brain explode. Congratulations. I'm consider me brain exploded. I don't know what you're talking about.
I mean, I guess it's just stand-up hour now.
Maybe.
She's like, we're at the end of the debate. I made my money.
I'll be here all week. Thank you.
Solution went out decisively in the public sphere, but it cost us a lot in the private realm by making the personal political, i.e. subject to constant renegotiation. It really took the wind out of its own sails and flung the door open for carpetbaggers I think that we've raised enough awareness, we've broken all the taboos, we've destigmatized all the stigmas, and I think it's time to stop talking and take responsibility for our desires. Thank you.
Thanks, Anna.
Oh yeah.
What?
We did all the things.
Seriously?
Yeah, we did all the things. We're in feminist utopia. It's as is indicated by all of the happy women with rights and equal pay and shit. Holy shit.
Absolutely. She just sat at a table with another woman across from two other women, and all four of them crapped on porn. And then she stands up there and says, we've ended all the stigmas.
Yep. Well, that's not a stigma. Porn is objectively bad, don't you know?
What is a carpetbagger?
Oh,
that's
a
carpetbaggers.
Yeah, that's a
Yeah,
U.S.
it's an
term
American
from
thing, yeah.
Reconstruction, post-Civil War, because the politicians in the reconquered southern states couldn't run their own states. Politicians from the north had to come in and run their states for them. And they were called carpetbaggers because they came down and took the offices and things.
Okay. I don't know who's the carpetbaggers in this analogy. Like we let in all the carpetbaggers to the sexual revolution. I don't know who that's supposed to be. Pimps? Maybe? I don't know who that's supposed to be. I have no idea.
I think she's just thrown in buzzwords, honestly.
Just buzzwords, yeah. I'm kind of.
No, I mean it's kind of like she like just put a bunch of words into a bag and then like threw them out, and it's like, yeah, this looks like some kind of an order. I'll just say them all.
I'm with this guy in the picture. Like I'm with him. What was that? Like,
what just happened?
Did anyone else understand that shit? Like I'm with you, mate. I absolutely I feel what your eyes are telling me. I really.
We should have Anna debate Witsit.
Oh wow, yeah, that would be interesting. Yeah.
And last up, before you get a chance to vote again, Grimes.
Okay, I mean, the thing I would say is like, I still argue that the sexual revolution has succeeded. If for another reason, then I believe I have a moral imperative to optimism. I think if the possibility of failure is entertained, the battle is already lost. And this isn't even just about the sexual revolution, but like
one thing doesn't really influence.
I mean, then it was one before it started. What the fuck?
Right. That's weird. That's weird.
Great thing about our society, it's always like, is it good or is it bad? Is it this or that? Are we gonna like fight each other? Like, and it's just like, I don't know. Broken record here. I say this all the time, but like my favorite Buckminster Fuller quote is, "You never change things by fighting the existing reality. To change something, you build a new model that makes the existing model obsolete." Like if we hate it, make a new thing. You can develop like internal morality in your own community, in your own family. Like you can like teach your kids things. Like they don't have to go to the schools and learn them. Like I don't know. I just like I feel people like forget their own agency and actually like.
I think they broke Grimes. I think that is one of the dumbest things I've heard her say ever. And I'm including in that a song about her being like Abraham Lincoln.
Well, that's fun.
Okay.
I mean, in a strictly philosophical abstract, she's not entirely wrong. The best way to replace a bad system is to build a new system. That's what we do in science. If you want to knock down a model, you replace it with a better model. But in practice, particularly when humans are involved, it's society is like a big machine. It's a big engine and it's running. And you can't get outside of it to build a different engine. You have to work on the engine you're inside of while it's running, because you can't stop it, because then everybody dies.
Right. But sort of saying, hey, they don't have to go to school. That's a bad idea. That's a terrible idea. I mean, you can afford tutors and stuff. Not everybody's in that position, and not everybody is in the position of giving education to their kids. Yeah. Well, I mean, she was married to the richest man on earth, so there's that.
There's that.
We have a lot of it, and there's a lot of us, and we have hands that we have opposable thumbs. Like we are very impressive primates, and we're very smart, and we should make things better, and we can do it ourselves.
Okay.
Huzzah.
That was terrible. Like everyone agrees. Look, everyone agrees we make it better, right? The question is, what is better, and how we get to there. Like just saying we should make it better is saying literally nothing. because you're
literally,
basically-
yeah.
Yeah,
Because
it's
everyone
literally saying
says
nothing.
that about every,
Sure.
yeah, every position.
You know,
So, I mean,
child abuser may say, hey, better means, you know, taking away laws about age of consent and things. That's not what you're talking about, or anybody else is talking about, apart from that section of the community. So just saying we can make it better, it's like, well, what's better, and how do we do that? I don't know. She had very limited time, so I'll go a bit easy on her. But a lot of that was just absolutely crazy. Well, that's it. She was the last.
It's time. It's time to vote to see.
Yeah, that was it. So yeah,
they all
so
lose.
thoughts.
Amber, go first.
Yeah, the TLDR is that the fact that they were on stage for women covering this debate, it kind of makes the case. You really didn't even need the debate for that. But as far as the actual arguments, there was a lot of out-of-touchness, a lot of privilege, a lot of short-sightedness. It
from both sides.
I think the thing that really bugs me is the fact that, as evidenced at the beginning of this stream, Sarah Hayter is not a good person, and she is not a deep thinker, and yet she came off as the smartest and most moral person on that stage. What the fuck?
That's crazy.
I don't know
Sorry, go
that
ahead.
any
No,
of
you go.
I'm sorry. I don't know that any of them understood the assignment, honestly. There's a lot of conflating the sexual revolution with just the feminist movement in general. And I mean, it's a subset, but I mean, they're distinct. I mean, there are differences. And a lot of it was just, I mean, it wasn't lost on me that no one could answer, like, what do we do? How do we make it better? What something, give me like anything at all. And they just kind of sat there in a deer in the headlights, like, well, I thought I was just going to sit here and bitch. And it's like, well, you did that. Well, now you got to come with the solutions. You can't just bitch. And it's like, it's not my notes. You know, I just
nobody told me I needed answers.
I don't know. I mean, and I'm not like complaining about that. I thank you so much for inviting me. I thought it was fun sitting on this side of it. I do like doing debate dissections, and I do love talking about women's issues. I just wish the speakers did as well, because they just seem. If I had picked 4 high school girls or college freshmen, I wouldn't go much higher than that. I would expect something like this.
Yeah.
I feel like they should have known better.
That is perhaps true. I think that some, university students could have done a better job, I think, especially sort of university students studying women's issues that are sort of familiar with the thing. As a sort of thing, I think maybe they said they all had children, so maybe they were looking for relatively successful women who are involved in media who also had a child. Maybe they got that specific. I think some of them did have good points. I think some of them sort of brought up what could possible solutions be, like better childcare, better support for mothers, that kind of stuff. I think you're right. There was a ton of privilege on both sides. Like Grimes sort of saying, "Hey, just get out there and do it," and the other woman sort of saying, "Hey, well, just don't be poor and have a suburban house with a family and all this kind of stuff." Completely ignoring that you may want that, look for it, and not actually get it in your life. That may be a reality that you have to face. Dying a spinster was a thing long before the sexual revolution happened, when you could not find a husband. You just died a spinster. like sewing or something, like just barely surviving. It doesn't make it a better thing. I think that at least 3, if not 4 of them, I would say at least 3 of those women openly admitted they're much better off after the sexual revolution than before it. They would be way worse off without it. And I think the 4th woman, as much as she's sort of very tradwifing, I think that in a certain circumstance, she probably wouldn't be happier being denied the vote, being denied an ability to earn a paycheck, being, having to stay home with her kids and having no choice about it, deferring to her husband about her opinions and her thoughts and what she thinks. I think that she wouldn't be happy in that. And I don't know that for sure. I'm not going to speak for somebody, but I suspect the reality of that would not be as glamorous as she's looking back with nostalgia on how it would be. So, yeah, I really, that wasn't, it was very average as far as debates go. There were some terribly nonsensical points brought up. All in all, I liked it. I thought it was kind of, parts of it were humorous. I do like Grimes, although some of the stuff she says is just nonsense. Sarah Hayter was the most reasonable and rational of all 4 of them. And as Ember says, twas a sad day when that woman is the most rational and reasonable of all 4 of them. Although the most rational and reasonable might have been the woman there just for the paycheck. you got it.
I could make a case for that. Sure.
You got to make that money. You got to take care of your family and make that money. So who knows? It sounds like, to be honest with you, her ending, it sounded like, oh, well, I got on this podcast, I thought I was sex negative. Turns out I'm sex positive because I really like it and think it's great. And it's too late to change my mind. I'm stuck in this podcast for the rest of my life being a conservative. But I love sex. It's like, well,
sorry.
You can always leave the podcast and make your own about, hey, I was sex negative. Anyway, whatever. I'm going to stop hating on her because at least she was sarcastic. And I respect the sarcasm because I think it's funny. So, yeah.
I mean, for the topic of the debate, I don't even know why that was the topic. I don't know where it came from. There's so many debates where I think we could actually have like a good conversation and potentially like move forward in some way or educate the masses in some way. I think the sexual revolution, I mean, it's a part of feminism. It's going to go where it goes, just due to normalizing women being independent actors in society. I kind of wish we had gotten down to, I mean, there are other like parts of being a feminist where I feel like we could have made more work and opened more eyes and got people thinking and opened up a little bit more. But I mean, again, not shitting on it. It was fun. It was light. It was, I had fun at least.
I had a question for you. Do you think that the sexual revolution was inevitable? Because I think it kind of was.
I don't know how you progress in feminism without it.
So just say feminism, was the progression of feminism inevitable?
No.
No? You don't think so?
No. I mean, not without, I mean, there's no, Americans have had to put in a lot of hard work. And I'm not even saying American women, there have been a lot of men helping us out with that. It's been an uphill battle all the way. We have a lot of really staunch conservatives. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that women weren't allowed to wear pants in public. Like, a lot of people like look at the 50s and think that it was just like a fashion choice by the designers. No, women weren't allowed to go inside anywhere in public for the longest time with pants on, because that was men's clothing, and the Bible says that like women are to wear women's clothing and men are to wear men's clothing.
Well, cloaks.
Specifically cloaks. Okay. Do anybody wear cloaks still? Do you have a cloak in the back room, Ems? Have you got your cloak?
I do have a cloak, but it may be in my storage unit. It's been a while since. Yeah.
There you go. Look at Amber over here, all biblical. Well done, madam. Well done.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Women have had to fight for a lot of rights. I mean, even we didn't. It took a while for us to get our own bank accounts. It took a while for us to get away from our husbands. For the no fault divorce, it took a while. For us to, just even to break the glass ceiling, it was, or to get paid maternity leave. It's been a struggle just to do anything as a woman. And I don't think that with time would have, if we had just let time go by, we would not be where we are right now.
I just feel that sort of society was like, when you have 51% now of the population that is sort of in a lesser position like that, I feel like that will become untenable kind of thing. Like you're always going to have the people that are downtrodden in that position and in a lesser status in study. I think that it's inevitable that they will say, hey, we want to be treated equally with others. You could be right. I mean, we don't know. There's no counterfactual. We don't know how things would have gone. Maybe it's just a belief, but I would like to believe that no matter what happened, we were going to head towards equality because women would not be satisfied. That it's kind of an inevitability of our society to balance out what the church implemented for half of the population kind of thing. But maybe
there's still a lot of countries where
that's true.
That are as religious as us, where women don't.
That is true, yeah. And I mean, Iran's going through a thing at the moment. We have to, pay attention to that. And no, absolutely, that's a really good point. Yeah. Hopefully it is inevitable that the entire world does it. Hopefully.
Yeah, hopefully, eventually.
Yeah.
But, and we're still fighting uphill battles because they're trying to strip our rights. So it's not anything that is going away anytime soon. Okay. I mean, fighting for rights and keeping rights. God, I mean, I thought that we would always be. There was a point in my life when I thought that we'd always be in an upward trajectory to just fight for more rights. It never really occurred to me until Trump got into office that they could be stripped.
Yeah, that's something. It's not unprecedented in American history, but it hasn't happened that I can think of in the post-World War II era.
Right. And even with a lot of things, it's like, okay, we gave you this, but you didn't say that. So now we're going to, make it harder for you to do the thing. What do you call it? We gave you voting rights, but we didn't say that we were going to make it easy for you to get ID, and then we're going to, strip away MVAs, make it hard for you to ID. And then, so now it's going to be harder for you to vote. So it's always like we get one thing and then they'll take another. They've never really clawed anything back.
The other thing, Maya, is they say, hey, we'll give you this. You should be grateful that we gave you the same thing that the other half of the population have. And it's like,
no, that I'm used to. That's
ridiculous. Like, it's just so, it's like, oh, well, we're going to grant you the same rights as everyone else, but why aren't you grateful for that? It's like, they don't have to be grateful for getting the same rights. Like, I don't understand that. That's crazy.
Oh no, then you're an ungrateful bitch. You can't have that.
Right. Okay. Well, before Maya gets too angry, I think we'll wrap it up there. I know I've kept you guys so long. Thank you so much for watching that with me. I loved you guys being here.
No, it's been a while, but I planned for midnight.
Okay. Well, I
so this is not bad.
Too long. If you have anything else to add, more than happy. We can go a little longer. And I do feel a little bit tired, but that's my problem. I was up debating for far too long yesterday.
Oh,
For
yeah,
some, I don't know
that
why.
I don't know how you stayed up that long yesterday. That was crazy. No, I have Bad Science Sunday tomorrow night, 9:30 Eastern. Yeah, make sure you're there.
Bad Science Sunday. Yeah. Bad Science Sunday. I've got a interview with Kentucky Atheist tomorrow morning, Eastern time. That is at 9. Yes,
Okay.
9 tomorrow morning. So I will be over at KA's doing an interview. Super chat. Just a lot of fools for $5. You all bring up great points, but have any of you considered just being rich, white, and buying the perfect model? In love and sarcasm. Thank you, Jester. I have considered being rich, white, and buying the perfect model, and I only got one. So I tried as hard as possible.
I was trying to buy the perfect model that was rich and white, and then making them do all the stuff for me. Still working on that.
Yeah. Why not? Why not? And Ember, have you considered being rich, white, and buying the perfect model?
I thought about it, but the moral consequences of trying to go that route are a little concerning.
Killjoy.
Okay.
I'm a terrible pirate.
Yeah.
Well, what do you have going on tomorrow?
Yeah, what do you got? What got up this week?
Probably. Well, for sure, the Sunday show. I've got a bunch of cool, interesting topics. Ancient death rays and DeSantis getting some of his own medicine and science news and trans news and things like that. 8 p.m. Eastern, and it'll feed directly into Bad Science Sunday.
Nice. Yeah, you switch over to them, don't you? You just sort of give them.
I redirect every time. I love using that redirect feature.
Reminds me, I got to redirect. I've already set it up. It's going to flick over to Matters Now, but someone was saying the flavor's on as well. I usually do Matters Now because Matters Now redirect over to me. It's kind of a reciprocal thing. So if you don't want to go there, feel free to make your own way. Don't forget to be kind to yourself. Be kind to each other. Treat women with the same respect as you do men. And yeah, much love to everybody.
Bye, everybody. See you tomorrow.
Night, everybody.
Bye-bye.